Good.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
How you been?
Yeah. We're actually busy as shit right now because we just had to file a complaint with White Pine County on that purchase we just made because they're hitting us for $250,000.
Cool.
Yeah, 250. It's a big deal for us.
Oh, man, it is.
We only got 50 million. This agency, where would you rather see that money go?
No, exactly.
So we're fighting out one of ours. That's before, thankfully, we got it, some statutory authority to file a complaint with the State Board of Equalization. And that's my colleagues.
Sure.
They're going to make that decision.
Right.
I don't talk to them, obviously, and
But
I'm conflicted between talking to them and all, but I'd rather do it there than White Pine County because you know what
Absolutely.
White Pine County is going to be.
said your hometown.
Yeah. So that's kind of funny. Learned about some ad valorem tax law, and I had to read a whole freaking statutory scheme and figure out how that works. I mean, that's if you haven't touched that stuff since law school.
All right.
Oh,
Completely foreign. Yeah.
and it's a haul. Right? It's a haul. So thankfully we had state lands on it too, and state lands is because they're everything we do with that kind of stuff it's through state lands. So I have another attorney there.
Oh, okay.
But you're gonna hear some other shit. We got a lot of people asking for things. Here's the stupidest thing I can tell you. The stupidest thing we ever did, the commission ever did, and we ever did, was create a extenuating circumstance regulation.
Right.
It allows people to sort of. So put so much pressure on them.
Oh, God.
And you guys are gonna get so many minutes. Because we're gonna right. Because if we don't. Guess what?
Just open the floodgate. Yeah.
So I told him, it was a good idea. I was trying to do the right thing for the benefit of a very limited scope of people. But now everybody. There's that.
Now it's out there and everyone's trying. Yeah. Sure.
So that's yeah.
It's very common to see.
All right, see you. We don't have any power today, do we?
No, it's gonna be.
Hopefully we have Wi-Fi though, right?
I hope so. Well, let's see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna ask and see if we have Wi-Fi.
You're welcome. You want the HCO guest? The HCO guest.
Thanks.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And looks like we are 9 o'clock straight up. So let's go ahead and get started this morning. So I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Friday, August 11th, 2023. And if we could go ahead and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll go ahead and lead us on that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Excuse me. Thank you. So if we could go ahead and have a roll call this morning, please.
Vice Chair Rogers. Here. Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Booth.
Here.
Commissioner Keel. Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Walther.
Here.
Commissioner Wise.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Chairman Cavilla.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 2. This is public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So if there's any public comment.
I need to hit any button up here. Yeah. On the microphone. Then. This is Linda Linton. I'm on the board of the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. I hit on. Okay, I'm Linda Linton. I'm on the board of the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. And unfortunately, I have to leave to go to a doctor's appointment, which is why I'm doing public comment. This is in opposition to the Wine Cup Ranch exchange. The coalition provided a letter earlier this week, but I wanted to add a couple of things that has to do with the important criteria, which should have been considered, or which should be considered, rather than looking at ranch, river, pasture, in an exchange of 3 acres of public land for private land. We believe that the other criteria that should have been looked at, or should be looked at, is the effect on wildlife habitat, access to the public in general, access to residents in Elko County, where many have been using that land for generations, access to hunters and sportsmen, general hunting, fishing public, people that hunt sage grouse, quail, etc., would be left out because this is going to likely be a private game reserve. It would be off limits to sports enthusiasts. So that's another issue, criteria that should be looked at. And I'm just going to ditto the rest of the letter because everything else I was going to say is in the letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name's Justin French. I'm a resident of Elko County, public land outdoorsman. I'm here to listen to the presentation from Western Land Group, agenda item 11. Also this morning, since it's informational, no public comment or feedback. So, I guess scope that a little bit also. What I gather from what's kind of leaked out and been circulating so far is that summary of this exchange is 235,000 acres of public land. That's 367 square miles. Traded for 85,000 acres of private land for a net loss to the public of 150,000 acres, 234 square miles. Currently, landowner antler tags, from the best information I can gather, one of 6 antlered elk tags are allocated for private landowners. There's some estimates with this exchange, it'd go to 1 in 3, maybe even 50% of those. That's a gigantic shift in public resources. I'll be listening to this presentation this morning for justification of that significant shift, ideas on how they're proposing NDOW is going to manage this elk herd according to the elk management plan, where we're already pushing these hunts for 5 months. And there are 4 special depredation seasons trying to keep this within the elk management plan as it is. So anyway, I hope that scopes the nature of that. I'll be taking notes.
For the record, Don Klebano, concerned sportsman. This is pertain also to the Wine Cup Gamble land exchange. Been keeping tabs on this for the last 6 months, and there's a whole lot of speculation and what ifs being circulated since this information has materialized about the Wine Cup Gamble land exchange. I'm hoping with today's presentation that Western Land Group will have more realistic and sportsman compatible proposals full of conservation easements and deed restrictions that will have more realistic and sportsman compatible proposals, and be a little bit more transparent on what the ultimate goals are for this land exchange. Now, we know instead of vetting this process through public hearings and comment periods in Nevada, they're attempting to push this through utilizing the powers of Congress, which we have all seen before in Nevada, and we fought. Allowing an action affecting Nevada's public land to be decided by people who probably don't know where the Wine Cup Gamble is, nor for that matter, where Elko County is. This is unacceptable. Commissioners, this is what Western Land Group does. They put together a proposal. It's usually a little bit eccentric, with the hopes that they can get the state to help them codify, adjust it so it's acceptable. So when they go to Congress, they have the state's blessing. Well, from what I've learned and what others have said already, I believe that none of this proposal or what they're going to try to do is acceptable for the people of the state of Nevada. Sportsmen are going to lose. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Purrier. I'm here to represent Nevada Bighorns Unlimited Reno. Been on the board of directors for a bazillion years. Also on the Coalition Nevada Wildlife Board and a member of NOGA, Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. Everybody over the last couple of weeks voted unanimously against this land transfer. And I know we need to listen to the presentation, make a better judgment, but this is completely different than a land transfer that was in Humboldt County that Eddie Booth knows quite a bit about. Jim Jeffers, a commissioner, next commissioner, and a wildlife biologist put this together. It took about 3 to 4 years, public comment that came down. Everybody agreed, the ranchers, the Forest Service, the BLM, and the public, that this was great for access into the pine forests, and everybody was a winner. I don't see this at all in this land transfer. And maybe they put 3 to 1 backwards, should be 1 to 3, should be like 1 to 30, in my opinion, if at all. Private land, you can do anything you want to, it's just private. You own it, and you have some, you have the ability to do what you want with it within reason. The other thing I'd like to take this time to ask NDOW to build some information, maybe from the Habitat and the Big Game Department. How many dollars has Nevada NDOW nonprofits put into the land and guzzlers, fire rehab, PJ chaining, things like that, models for deer, collaring, studies in the area. And I think the number, including with the Roberts matching funds, will scare us that we're giving this money away to private. Who's the winner here? The private landowner. Take what he owns, do what he needs to do with it, but don't touch Nevada. The Air Force is doing it, the Navy station, it just goes on and on and on. Anyway, any questions? Thank you for your time and good luck with this.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Carl Urquiaga, and I represent Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership today. Generally, TRCP has been supportive of checkerboard consolidation and simplification, but the sheer scale of this wine cup gamble proposal gives us pause. The 3-to-1 acreage exchange, and I realized I saw where it said it was value versus value, not acre versus acre, but it still comes down to like 3-to-1 weight. The devil's in the details, and the details just aren't there. I'd like to see the math behind it. Public access is our biggest concern. We fight for public access every day across the whole United States. And I just don't see how this is going to do anything but take away a lot of public access. And I realize it's not your purview, but I believe BLM has a certain responsibility to maintain public access for recreation, which is also a multiple use, and not allow it to be stripped away. Look forward to better understanding, and thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Eric Dutchover. I'm on the board for Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and I'm representing them today. It is difficult to form an opinion on this proposal as there's no formal proposal to be reviewed to the public. There are far too many unknowns to support the proposal and a multitude of major concerns that we do not know. The loss of 150,000 acres of public land is incomprehensible and an appraised value base. The lands proposed to be given to the Wine Cup Gamble are of lesser value than those in the retained in the transfer, so we can see no possible way the public can lose total acreage in an equitable proposal. There is an area in the proposal mapping totally approximately 30,000 acres of public land near 9 Mile Mountain. This is an area that's already consolidated and not checkerboard, but is to be slated to be transferred to the landowner for no apparent reason or benefit to the general public. Furthermore, it is our understanding that the lands to be given to the Wine Cup Gamble are to be transferred without any underlying mineral or water rights, further diluting the lands to be transferred to the BLM and making the gain in total acreage even more baffling. There are no known conservative easements or MOUs to be guaranteed access to existing water improvements or reseeding projects that have been completed in the public forums of sportsmen's dollars. Sorry, we have great concerns regarding the transfer and NDOW's ability to manage the elk herd in the area. The transfer would also entitle the landowner to significant number of landowner tags and have significant fiscal impact to the revenue that would otherwise come to the general public, from the general public, I'm sorry. There are also no MOUs to guarantee the future use and transfer of the land and how that may impact the wildlife in those lands. Transfers of lands to private could also enable large-scale energy developments without the requirement of the NEPA process and have major impacts to the habitats and the wildlife that use those habitats. For those reasons, we strongly urge the commission to reject the proposal as written. Thank you.
All right, any additional public comment? Anything online? 3, okay.
Nexus Environmental Consultants, you can go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, this is Josh Vittori with Nevada Bighorns Unlimited. I apologize. The account I'm logging in through is through Nexus, so please
Can you
disregard.
hear us?
I can hear you and I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Okay, we're gonna move on. We'll come back to you. We're gonna move on to Aaron Swift.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we heard that. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Aaron Swift, and this is in regard to the Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange.
We heard that. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The mission of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation is to ensure the future of elk and other wildlife, their habitat and heritage exchange. RMF is a national nonprofit wildlife conservation organization with more than 1,000 members, including over 3,000 in the state of Nevada. Working with various agencies and other partners, RMF has conserved more than 470,000 acres of habitat and opened or improved public access to more than 50,000 acres in Nevada since 1988. Sorry. The RMF would like to express or
Excuse me, caller, if I could have you just hold off for just 1 second. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
But if you would, just bear with us 1 moment, please. Hold off for just 1 second. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
If you would, just bear with us 1 moment, please. Hold on.
Aaron, if you can go ahead and try again for us.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Okay, caller, go ahead. Let's try it again.
Try again.
Thank you. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation would like to express our deep concern regarding the proposed land exchange between the Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Okay, caller, go ahead. Let's try it again.
Try again.
Thank you. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation would like to express our deep concern regarding the proposed land exchange between the Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Okay, caller, go ahead. Let's try it again.
Try again.
Thank you. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation would like to express our deep concern regarding the proposed land exchange between the Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Okay, caller, go ahead. Let's try it again.
Thank you. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation would like to express our deep concern regarding the exchange between the Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Okay, caller, go ahead. Try it again.
Thank you. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation between the Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Caller, go ahead. Try it again.
Thank you. Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Caller, go ahead. Try it again.
Thank you. Wine Cup Gamble and the Bureau of Land Management.
Caller, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and try one more time.
The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation would like to express our deep concern regarding the proposed land exchange between the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch and Bureau of Land Management.
Go ahead
It
and
would
try.
result in significant loss of public access for hunters and other recreationists. To express our deep concern regarding the proposed land exchange between the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch. and
Aaron,
Bureau
is
of-
that-
Yeah.
a problem over here?
Loss of public access for hunters and other recreationists. To express our deep concern regarding the proposed. I'll submit my. Flying Cup Gamble Ranch.
Aaron,
Yeah.
problem over here.
Public access for hunters and other recreations. Express our deep concern regarding the proposed. Often that like. Flying Cup Gamble Ranch.
Aaron,
Yeah.
problem over here.
Public access for hunters and other recreations. Express our deep concern regarding the proposed. Often that like. Flying Cup Gamble Ranch.
Aaron,
Yeah.
problem over here.
Public access.
Curtis, we're gonna try and have you go ahead and see if the problem still persists.
Often that like. Gamble Ranch.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear
We're gonna
you.
try
Go
and
ahead.
have
You go ahead.
Cool. This is Curtis Moore, Natural Resource Director for Elko County. I don't have a bunch to add that other folks haven't already covered. Other than just to sort of, this is Elko County's concerns. If you guys, I don't have a bunch to add. I've noticed over the last 20 years, Elko County's really prickly about public access. And so that's one of our major of Elko County's concerns.
Curtis, I'm sorry, it's still not working. I'm gonna have to ask you
guys
to hold on real quick and we're gonna try and work this
noticed over the
out.
last 20 years, Elko County's really prickly about public access. And so that's one of our major of Elko County's concerns.
Curtis, I'm sorry, it's still not working. I'm gonna have to ask you
guys
to hold on real quick and we're gonna try and work this
noticed over the
out.
last 20 years, Elko County's really prickly about public access. And so that's one of our major of Elko County's concerns.
Curtis, I'm sorry, it's still not working. I'm gonna have to ask you.
Guys. So that's one of our.
Yeah, caller, I'm not for sure if you can hear us or not. I apologize. We're obviously having some technical difficulties today. In the essence of time, we certainly want to recognize public. I'm not for sure if you can hear us or not. I apologize. We're obviously having some technical difficulties today. In the essence of time, we certainly want to recognize public. I'm not for sure if you can hear us or not. I apologize. We're obviously having some All right, let's try this one more time. Just kidding. So obviously we're having some technical difficulties for those that are online. One more time. Just kidding. So obviously we're having some technical difficulties for those that are online.
Yeah, we did that one. How you out?
We heard you guys got a bunch of new work. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say we're 7.5 minutes in on our 5 minute. That's all right.
More is better.
Right, exactly. Might as well have just done it. That sounds important.
I don't shout that.
Yeah.
You're
not the only. And then we have.
If you were supposed to have it.
But that is all we can.
Well, it's not showing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
I gotta lean on my wife.
The guys. Yeah.
So if you're applying.
Can any of you hear us and speak for us so we can test this out?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Every,
Excuse me,
every,
we gotta try to control the volume in this room just to try to get the sound mixing system, so if you could keep your voices down, please. Help, thanks.
Josh, can you go ahead and say something so we can test the sound?
Sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? It shows that my microphone is working.
I can hear you on my end.
And I can hear you clearly as well, Curtis.
We'll have our own meeting then.
There we go. I think we can hear you guys finally and no looping.
we're ready to get started. Test, test.
Right.
All right. Okay, if we could have everybody go ahead and take their seats, let's go ahead and try this one more time. And if we've got it fixed, wonderful. If not, we're gonna press forward. We have two? Okay. All right, so still on public comment here, and looks like we've got a couple of folks again online that with some public comment. So if we could go ahead and turn it over to that, please.
Curtis, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, caller, please.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, this is Curtis Moore, Natural Resources Director for Elko County. I'll just keep it short. There's not much that I'll cover that other folks haven't, other than sort of Elko County is generally really prickly about public access. And then so that's something that we'll be watching sort of as more details come out, is to see what guarantees there are for public access and in which areas. Economic contributions from hunting in 2020 in Elko County were at 9.3 million. And so this is an important economic base for Elko County. And that's something we'll also be taking a look at, is kind of what NDOW's thoughts are as far as how this is going to affect the habitat and the quality of game in those areas. So I'll turn it over after that, but that's what we'll be mostly paying attention to.
Thank you.
Josh, go ahead when you're ready.
Great. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Josh Vittori, avid sportsman in Elko County, resident of Washoe County, and on the board of directors for Nevada Bighorns Unlimited Reno. Much of what our concerns are have been voiced, so I will try to be brief in the interest of time. But initially, I want to make it clear that we do support multiple use management, including responsible agricultural practices, and the concept of consolidating a checkerboard land holding into a contiguous block does make sense. However, our concerns are definitely about the valuation of acreage in this exchange, as well as what the potential risks for land development are, sportsman's access, impacts to wildlife and habitat, and especially the loss of the public process, i.e. no NEPA analysis required unless there were some sort of a federal land nexus for potential development projects on this land. So we are, it sounds like, all eager to learn more about this, but I share some of Mr. Klebano's concerns about the overall project and disclosure of what's actually going on here and the details. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we've got a couple of more, so go ahead.
Carrie, go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Kerry Jellison. I am an outfitter in Nevada, been an outfitter for 29 years. And I'll keep this short because everybody's kind of said a bunch of the stuff that I was going to say. I'm just trying to see, you know, when you do an exchange, what's the benefit to the public and what's the benefit for the landowner? I see the benefit to the landowner. I'm sure the value of that ranch would greatly increase. Obviously, they want to do it, so there's obviously a value to them. The value to the public, I don't see, but maybe, you know, I look forward to seeing the presentation and maybe I'll learn something in that, but I just don't see where the values are equal to what the public gains versus what the ranch gains. Thank you.
Thank you. No more. All right. Anybody else here? Public comment? All right. Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you for that. So on to agenda item number 3. This is the election of officers. In accordance with Commission Policy 1, the Commission will elect a chairperson and vice chairperson. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to the Commission and take any recommendations or nominations or thoughts. Yes, Commissioner McNair.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we will take it out for public comment here in a moment, but I'll make a motion to nominate Tommy Caviglia for chair.
Second.
All right. Anybody else? Any other further comment? We will take this out to public comment and then we'll come back for a.
Historically, we've done the chair and vice chair one at a time, but I'm willing to do vice chair too if we need to.
Yep, we'll go ahead and take them one at a time. Any other discussion on the chair? All right, I'll turn it over to the public. Any public comment as it relates to a chairperson? All right, anybody online? None online. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Motion, if you want to call for the question.
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion on the floor. I call for the question, so we'll vote on the motion.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor for Commissioner Tommy Caviglia for chair. And I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. And then I'll take any recommendations or nominations for vice chair.
Mr. Chair, I'll nominate Commissioner Rogers, despite your start this morning, for vice chair.
Second.
All right, that was all by design, by the way, and it didn't work. So we have any other discussion on that? So we have a motion for Commissioner Rogers as vice chair. We have a second. I will take it out to any public comment, either here in the room or online. All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the commission. Again, we have a motion on the table for Commissioner Rogers as vice chair and a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, that motion carries. All right, moving on to agenda item number 4. This is the approval of the agenda today. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for August 11, 2023. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. From the commission, any talking points or items regarding today's agenda? Director Janae?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would ask if the commission would consider possibly providing some flexibility in the agenda, providing the chair the flexibility to make it the call of the chair, a couple items to facilitate people's schedule. We've got the Wayne E. Kirch Award, and that individual is here and present, and I would ask maybe we can move that up to agenda item 8 to be able to address that. And then also the Wine Cup Gamble presentation number 11, make that more flexible to the call of the chair when that individual comes into the room. If we could just maybe, as we see them, I'll let you know, and we can modify that agenda and move it up to, again, facilitate schedule.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any additional discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, this is an action item. I'll take it out to the public. Any comment from the public regarding today's agenda for August 11? Yes, sir, please. I didn't hear all of that. I assume you're with Wine Cup Gamble, did you say?
Yeah, I'm with Wine Cup Gamble. You know, Mr. G mentioned that, you know, when that individual representing branch for Western Bankers comes in the ring, that we can set it at time. So, yeah.
Yep.
What you said, I'm happy to talk.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. Any other public comment here in the room or online? None. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or a motion. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented with accepted items 11 and 22 to be at the call of the chair.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion for today's agenda with the noted changes. And we have a second from Commissioner Walther. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Whoop,
Correction on that, I think.
did he
what
say
Commissioner
22?
McNish, yeah, instead of 22, that would have been 13. For the award.
The
and
Weenie
11
Kirch.
for the wine cup gamble, if that was your intent, sir.
I'm sorry, I was going by. So 22 and
11 and 13 are the ones. So 11 is the wine cup gamble land exchange and agenda item 13 is the Weenie Kirch. We were looking to move item 13 up to item number 8 after 7.
what agenda item do I have?
This is Saturday.
I apologize. So we're looking at. I missed, okay, my apologies. I had the older agenda. I didn't notice a new one, so. Okay, my apologies. So my motion was specific to items 11 and 13 being at the call of the chair, so I apologize for that.
All right, so we have that noted correction on the agenda for item numbers 11 and 13 at the discretion of the chair. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, and a second from Commissioner Walter. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that agenda item carries or passes. All right, moving on to agenda item number 5. This is the approval of the minutes. Commission minutes may be approved for the June 23 and June 24, 2023 meeting. So the commission has any items that regarding the minutes from the last meeting? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. It wasn't my intent to talk all day, but on page 6, under wildlife management areas. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 or 9 lines down. There's just a couple of extra words in there. It starts with turkey hunters adapted to the changing water conditions by using chest waders. I think just remove on the. Okay, and then on page 9, just above data and technology services division, that's the 2 lines above where it says Vice Chairman Rogers asked about the 2 vessels that were contaminated with mussels. I think we're referring to.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We know they're tough and we know they're strong, but yeah, all right. Thank you.
All righty. Any other discussion items from the commission regarding the meeting minutes? All right. I did have one as well that I wanted to make note, and this is on page 20. Under item number 15. And that second paragraph, second sentence, where it talks about, he stated the committee discuss a quote, once in a lifetime tag for mountain goat and moose. And included in that should be sheep as well, because sheep was discussed as part of that. So just that addition of sheep to that item. And that's all I had. Anything else from the commission? All right, I'll send it out to any public comment here in the room or online. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Any other discussion items or motion?
I'm a little nervous to make this motion without Ms. East here for the first time and her sharp eye on the minutes. However, I would move to approve the minutes with the noted changes for the meeting minutes from June 23rd, 24th, 2023.
I'll second.
All right, so we've got a motion for approval of the minutes by Commissioner Walther, second by Commissioner Barnes for approval of those minutes with the noted changes. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on to agenda item number 6. This is informational. This is member items, announcements, and correspondence. Commissioners may present emerging items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So I know there was, excuse me, a number of different items this go around. However, one of the things I think we wanted to start with is Director Janae had a couple of recognitions he wanted to present. So Director Janae.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Rogers. So as we did at Ely, we get these opportunities to celebrate our employees. We have 2 employees here with us today that have reached their 30-year mark with the Department of Wildlife. And we just wanted to acknowledge them and give them a plaque in representation of those years and acknowledge their efforts. As I have said in the past, one of the things that really separates Sandow from most other agencies is the tenure of our employees. It is the strength of our agency. It is what buys us the credibility in communities. And both of these individuals have a long and productive career. And I think it's notable that despite being at 30 years, they're both still as passionate as they were initially, and they're still working for us. And so I think that's pretty cool. I just want to take them in order alphabetically, if I could. The first one is Mike Cox. Most of us, most anybody that's attended a commission meeting knows Mike for his work on bighorn sheep in the state of Nevada. He has been a real crucial player in that. You know, having led our sheep program within the game division for a number of years. I look back on his record, I've got it here, and then Mike started in March 29th of 1993 as a supervising biologist in the game division down in Las Vegas. And then in 1999, he took the wildlife staff specialist as the bighorn sheep staff specialist. You consider that, here we are, it's 2023. And that entire time, Mike has been working on bighorn sheep, and I don't think he's lost one step of his enthusiasm or his passion towards the species or towards the work. And I just wanted to call him up, give him this award and give an appreciation. But I also know, you know, Deputy Director Mike Scott, past chief of game, worked with Mike Cox for quite some time. So I offer Mike to him. Let's say something.
Yeah, thanks. Mike, you know, I've been very proud to work with you over the years. One thing that I think deserves pointing out is that when Mike took the job, he was actually the big game staff specialist. So he had deer, elk, antelope, bighorn sheep, goats, the whole 9 yards. And now there's actually 3 people that do that job. So, you know, Mike, I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate everything you're continuing to do. You've had an exemplary career with the department, and I've been very proud to work with you. So congratulations on 30 years.
And if I could, I'll get him up. Yeah.
Thank you, Director and Deputy Director. It's been quite a ride. Been a lot of good times, some bad times, and some average times. You know, I came to work and I saw so many passionate biologists that we're working on restoring elk to the state. Obviously, bighorn sheep, pronghorn, and working to make a better place for all of us, especially us sportsmen and anyone who loves wildlife, and just keeps you driven, because you see how transcendent they were in making things happen. They went beyond the call of duty. They were targets in many arenas, and they persevered. So that's probably what has kept me just continue to be passionate. As Mike said, I had all big game species for a little over a decade. I think I burned some brain cells on that one. But now focused on bighorn sheep and mountain goat. I don't know when I'm going to retire. I certainly think about it more and more, but one of the bad times has been hit over the last few years. And it keeps ringing in the back of my head. We've lost over 3,000 bighorn sheep in the last 5 years. And that's something that I can't accept, that we've got to move forward. Could we have reduced that loss? Maybe, but I think we've got to start getting more aggressive and working together as we always have with the NGOs and our federal land management partners. So I've started some dialogue and hope that we can gain a little bit of that ground back. So anyway, thanks. It's been a great time with the agency. Thank you.
Get you guys right here.
So thanks for the opportunity to do that one. Next one is Ed Partee. This is along with Tom Dunham. It's one of those cool scenarios where Ed and I started as seasonals in 1989 together. And it's amazing to me to contemplate that the career has gone so fast. It's a snap of a finger. You can't even imagine how fast it has gone. But I look back, I've actually got a picture of the two of us. We were a hell of a lot skinnier, probably quicker to smile. Some of us had more hair. But yeah, Ed has been throughout his career. He started, like I say, in '89 he was a seasonal, and he became a permanent employee in 1993 when he went out to the Gallagher Fish Hatchery. He promoted there, and then in 2003 he came as a biologist to Winnemucca as a game biologist, where he is today. And as I said, these guys that stay in the communities, our biologists and our tenure within the community is really what adds the credibility. The fact that they have been around a resource. You look at Ed, he's been there since 2003, 20 years in one community. It buys a lot of connection, but it buys a lot of knowledge. It's not something that you can drop somebody in and in 5 years expect them to ever understand what Ed knows. And so the tenure and the knowledge that he has, the relationships, those are huge things. But what he's done there, some of the work that they've done with bighorn sheep in the community, we're working on that test and remove, and hoping to restore that Santa Rosa herd. And I know he takes great pride in that work. But just the condition of those resources and the relationships within that community, I just wanted give a big shout out to Ed, and sing my praises, but also Mike Scott, again, as the game division chief for many years, and having worked as a peer with Ed, I'll offer you the opportunity as well.
Thank you. Yeah, another stalwart employee in the game division. I've been fortunate to work with Ed in, as biologists and then as a supervisor, as the chief of game. Very proud of Ed, all he's done, continues to do. I've been fortunate to get to spend a lot of time with him, a lot of trapping operations, a lot of flights, things like that. And you get to know somebody and really truly respect what they do, how they do it. And, and just going on, just one other thing with Ed, it doesn't end with him. He's got a daughter.
Yeah.
She's a game warden for us. So very proud of you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be as long-winded as Mike. Like Alan said, I gotta get that sheep population turned around in the Santa Rosa so Mike can retire. But no, it's been a great ride. I've enjoyed the last 30+ years in this agency. It's like a huge family. I raised both of my kids in this agency. It's been phenomenal. And I thank everybody that's been part of that.
Congrats.
One moment.
We'll compare that to the other picture.
Alan, one thing about one comment on Mr. Partee. He's been involved in all the conservation groups in the Winnemucca area. He's a go-to guy for all the sportsmen and sportswomen in the area. He's a friend of the community. He's a friend to the school district. His wife works for the school district. And I think the best compliment was what Mike said. The way he leads by example, and to have his daughter follow his footsteps and be with the Department of Wildlife is a great honor. Congratulations.
Yes, go ahead.
Got to be smarter than that. I hit it off. Like I said, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, Mr. Chair, if I may, I think we have one other person today that might have hit their 30-year mark. And I think we'd all be remiss. He's certainly not going to acknowledge it himself. But Director Janae, I pass the baton over to Mike, who's worked with Alan a lot longer than I have, but I've had the pleasure of working with Alan Janae for my entire career. And I just think, pretty awesome that he's up here handing out awards to other individuals. And I just thought it'd be a good opportunity to acknowledge Director Janae as well.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't do this while my emotions are so high, but I was actually Alan's supervisor at one time on the Guzzler crew. And getting to work with somebody for as long as I have, the respect that I have for him, the work that he does, the passion that he still has. Very proud to work for him now. And anyway, 30 years. He actually took a little jaunt to DOT for a year or two, but then came back to the Department of Wildlife. So 30 years with the state is pretty amazing. But to ascend to the position that he's in, from where he started, and the shenanigans that we used to pull, I'm very proud to have him as our director and to continue to work closely with him. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, Absolutely. And I would also echo the words this morning from everybody and wanting to recognize each of these individuals for a tremendous milestone, 30 years of dedication and commitment in a day and age where it's, change and instant gratification and everything else to see these three individuals that have, again, been working towards a common goal of Nevada's wildlife for all of Nevadans to enjoy is admirable. So congrats, and that's wonderful for each of you. So thank you very much. All right. In keeping with the member announcements, we did have a number of correspondence that came in this last time. One in particular was from a Paul Baird. This was regarding a Silver State tag, return tag came in. If there's any comment on that at all, or if we just want me to read each. Go ahead, Dag Brigette.
The deputy director wanted me to just quickly address that with you all because it was a request that was based on regulation you guys just adopted, which was filed in September of last year, which was the extenuating circumstance regulation. This gentleman had requested to transfer his tag to a child with a disability. As I recall, I was asked to review it for the department, and unfortunately, he did not comply with the extenuating circumstance. There was no illness. There was no injury. As you guys recall, when you passed that regulation, it was based on the idea that somebody has either a terminal illness or they're a member of the armed forces and gets relocated, or there's a death in the family, and none of that occurred. So he just didn't meet the regulation that you guys passed. So that was the decision from the department.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Another one that we had came in was from Mr. Van Dypen. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. But Mr. Van Dypen had an issue regarding a landowner tag as well that I believe was addressed as well. So there was any comment on that?
You get to hear from your counsel a lot today. I apologize. Just quickly, this was another one that we had to deny. Mr. Van Dypen had requested that the department honor elk incentive tag that he purchased from a landowner at a very high cost. So there was a particular concern that this gentleman had lost a lot of money out of this purchase. He, however, had not submitted his return card the prior year. We went through the appeals. So he wanted to appeal this decision to you all. We looked through the appellate regulation. Our regulation only allows you to appeal a license or a permit. It does not allow you to appeal a tag denial. There's probably good reason for that. I won't go into that at length. We made the determination that he doesn't have the right to appeal that particular decision from the department to you all. That being said, I think that in the interest of the idea of open government, the idea of allowing people to redress their issues to the Wildlife Commission, we're going to let him talk to you all if he desires to do so at the next commission meeting. But I just want to make you aware that we have made the determination that he doesn't have an appellate right, because we didn't deny him a license or a permit, we denied him a tag, and that is specific to that regulation. It says if you don't file your return card, it's not to the date of January 31st, which is when you're supposed to file it. You're suspended at that point if you don't file it by January 31st. You then have another 10 weeks to get your return card in, and the department gave this gentleman text messages and emails by the a lot of them, we'll put it that way, informing him that he had to get his return tag in. He never did so. And so the department also based their decision that he did not have the right to that tag on that basis. You have to have it in by May 10th of last year, according to your regulation, your commission regulation. You can remedy your failure to file your return card by a $50 fee and filing the return card up to May 10th. He didn't do that either. So he was suspended on January 31st, and then he had up until May 10th to remedy that situation. He never did either. And so we made the determination on that basis as well to deny his appeal to the department. Sorry, that was long-winded, but I thought I'd give you as much information as I could.
Perfect. Thanks, Brigette. There was a couple of other items, correspondence that came in. Another one was from email from Paul Dixon regarding the use of blood tracking hound or dogs in Nevada. Then we also received an email from Sonia Romero Villanueva regarding bear hounding ban. Letter that came in on that. Any other correspondence or items that came in? All right. Yes, Director Janae.
The only other items that I received are more agenda topic driven, and they can be brought up at that time. So we can reference those as that agenda item comes up.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Director Janae. Anything else before we move on? All right, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 7. Again, informational. This is the County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife. County Advisory Board members may present emerging items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Yes, Director Janae.
And as we missed this item a little bit earlier, we would ask that we could do a roll call on the cabs that are represented.
Yes, with that said, if we could, if those cabs that are in attendance would stand and recognize and identify themselves.
Jim Cooney, Elko, Frank Burnside, Douglas, Rob Beamer, Carson City,
Perfect. Thank you very much. And any emergent items or anything for discussion from the various cabs? Mr. Cooney.
Yeah. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. With regards to this Gamble Wine Cup exchange, we've had it on our agenda in the county the last 2 meetings that we've had. We've had it as informational, so we did not take any action. I want to let the commission know that in the next couple of weeks after hearing the presentation, I plan on agendizing a single item on our agenda. It's a little bit different. We've normally only had our meetings the few days before the commission meetings. This, we're going to take that single action, and we'll be reporting that back directly to you as commissioners as soon as we have that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
For the record, Kobe Rowe, Washoe County Cab. We also wanted to express our opposition in the Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange. There was also public comment at our meeting in opposition to the Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dave Talaga, Clark County Cab. The Wine Cup Land Exchange was also engendered a lot of discussion at the cab, both with public and among the members of the board. So we look forward to hearing the presentation and hope that clears things up. But as has been stated, you can expect that you will be hearing more from the Clark County Cab on this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything else from the cabs? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you very much. And is our Wayne E. Kirch recipient here? All right, so we will go ahead as we discussed this morning and take that, what was agenda item number 13 is agenda item number 8. So this is the Wayne E. Kirch 2023 award presentation. Secretary Janae will present the 2023 Wayne E. Kirch Award that acknowledges a deserving individual, nonprofit organization, outdoor sports club, or business who've achieved significant results toward the conservation, management, or enhancement of wildlife in the state of Nevada during the last calendar year.
Thank you. And there is a correction to this item. It is a commission award. I just tee it up and then pass to you as the acting chair. But absolutely, I think the spirit of this Wayne E. Kirch, you go back through the history of it. This is acknowledging individuals who do outstanding work on behalf of wildlife within the state of Nevada in the year preceding. And so this mentions a 2023 award that would be tough to give out right now because we're only in August of 2023. This is a 2022 award. And so we will be acknowledging that, and you have some words that you would like to say, but I think these Kirch awards, it's a long and, very well represented list of folks that have done great things on behalf of wildlife. And I think this year's awardee is well deserving. So I will pass it back to you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Director Janae. And yes, this is the Wayne E. Kirch, the 2022 award. So on behalf of the commissions for the 2022 Wayne E. Kirch Nevada Wildlife Conservation Award, the commission would like to honor Elena Larson of Reno. Elena made impressive strides to restoring wildlife habitat in 2022. Elena is currently the vice president of the Rosewood Nature Study Area for Truckee Meadow Parks Foundation in Reno. Rosewood, as the area is affectionately known, was previously the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course. Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation took the area over in 2019 with the intent to restore the area to a functioning wetlands. Elena has stepped up to take on this arduous task with great tenacity. Elena led a team of 14 AmeriCorps restoration technicians in 2022. This team of young, conservation-minded professionals followed Elena's lead to conduct wildlife surveys, host volunteer events, and do hands-on restoration work, such as habitat plantings and invasive species removal. Her leadership led to over 25,000 hours of volunteer work and over 1,500 native plants and grasses planted at Rosewood. Elena not only gets her hands dirty while out at Rosewood, but is also dedicated to community outreach. She conducts guided hikes, public events, and presentations at local HOAs to spread awareness about habitat restoration. In 2022, she secured over $1 million in funding for habitat restoration and education. Her commitment to habitat restoration, conserving Nevada's wildlife, and connecting people to nature is undeniable and infectious. Her work will continue to be enjoyed by generations of Nevadans. So with that, the commission is honored to present Elena Larson with the 2022 Wayne E. Kirch Nevada Wildlife Conservation Award. Congratulations. Good.
I'm assuming this is. Well, thank you so much. I'm honored and quite humbled by this. I feel like I'm supposed to thank people. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do, but you know, the organization that I'm a part of has been extremely supportive. All my supervisors, coworkers, my partner, and then none of it is possible without the restoration crew who tagged along today. So they are absolutely the backbone of these projects out in the field, adverse weather, flooding, heat waves, I don't know, tick season, all the above, out there really making the difference, and doing the active restoration. So I'm going to pass the round of applause to them for being absolutely none of it possible without them. But thank you so much. Very honored.
And just quickly, I wanted to give one more acknowledgement and one more thanks. When you're in Reno, if you're driving that east side loop, you actually drive right by it. And the fact that you can recognize that it's actually a wetland and not a bunch of tall white top. And that it actually looks like wildlife habitat is tremendous. And I think it's super cool that she brought the AmeriCorps folks with her. I think it's next generation of conservationists sitting in front of us, and I think it's cool for them to see this. So thanks again and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, before we go to the next agenda item, I thought I'd check real quick with Director Janae to see if Wine Cup Gamble folks are here and we wanted to. All right, do we need a break or anything? Is anybody, we all good up here?
You have a presentation that you can get up.
There.
Yeah, it looks like.
Great, thanks.
You bet.
All right,
Oh,
I'm one.
bear with me one second.
Sure, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. But yes, we're going to go ahead as discussed this morning. And again, that agenda, this is agenda item number 11 that we're moving up. This is the Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange. Wyatt Anthony and Melissa Sherburne. Presentation will be provided on the proposed Wine Cup Gamble land exchange. So welcome and over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name's Wyatt Anthony. Work for the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch and here to present the draft proposal land exchange that we've started to put together. A good start here.
Yeah, it should work.
Okay, you get pointed over there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm too far there for you, sorry.
That's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, so I work for the Wine Cup Gamble, also other Cronky ranches. I started for this outfit in 2019 on a ranch in Wyoming. I'm primarily brought on to oversee our stream restoration and other construction projects. Last couple of years, I've been based out of Montana and traveled around to our other properties doing construction management, then some general land management stuff. That land exchange falling into that category. Cronky Ranches has been working with Western Land Group on this project. Western Land Group is kind of the nation's leading land exchange consultant. That group is founded by Tom Glass. The three names I'm about to mention, they're joining us on Zoom. You'll be hearing from them later in this presentation. As I mentioned, Tom Glass is the founder of Western Land Group. Melissa Sherburne is the project manager, and then Andy Wiesner is their legislative expert. So a little background on the ranch. Most of you are well aware, but the Wine Cup is located in Northeast Nevada in Elko County. made up a little shy of 1.2 million acres, largely in checkerboard ownership. So that map you're looking at there, BLM represented in yellow, the reddish pink is wine cup deeded, and the purple is third party in holdings. So you can see with the checkerboard ownership and multiple landowners and land managers in that area, you have a lot of inefficiencies for both private and public management of that ground. This also leads to a lot of access issues for the general public as they try to access for hunting, fishing, other recreational activities. So a lot of the more high value lands currently in private ownership, these are typically lands that have a lot of water on them. So one thing we're seeking to do with this exchange is consolidate some of those higher ecological value lands into public ownership under BLM management. So why would we do an exchange? Like I just mentioned, getting some of those higher ecological value lands into BLM ownership, something that's a little easier for NDOW to manage, thus aiding conservation and wildlife management efforts. I'll mention now the two maps you see in front of you. The one on the left is the current ownership. The one on the right is a draft or proposal that we put together based on discussions we've had thus far with BLM and NDOW. So what we're seeking to do here is improve conservation, wildlife management, also improve public access, and then our incentive is ranch management. Difficult to go in, and even if it's just putting 400 yards of water line into a trough to go through a long NEPA process. So having a consolidated block of private ownership helps our ranch manager and helps us manage that range much more efficiently. So timeline and process on this project. This is something we've really started working on probably back in 2020, kind of assessing conditions on the ground, performing multiple site visits with members of NDOW, BLM, other stakeholder groups, and then some initial stakeholder meetings, primarily with BLM and NDOW, BLM being the entity that's going to have to manage this land post-exchange, and NDOW obviously playing a huge role in how wildlife manage post-exchange. So we wanted to get them involved early, get their feedback as much as we can to construct this exchange. As we sit right now, we are in the proposal development stage. It's the big one in bold right there. Seeking feedback from NDOW, from BLM, from other groups on how we can set this exchange up so it's going to work for the ranch, work for public land managers, and then also work for the general public that recreate in this area. The resource assessments there, that's largely going to come from NDOW. We're doing some of that on our own, but we'll lean on NDOW pretty heavily to make sure we have that right. Once that proposal has been developed and we have a final proposal together, the goal would be to have a lot of stakeholder outreach. This would be groups like RMEF, BHA, TRCP, the Nature Conservancy, other groups like that that are going to have a voice in this issue. And then moving forward, given how late we are in 2023, I imagine that proposal development will run into 2024, but we hope to have that wrapped up within that year. We would then look to gain agency support, being NDOW and BLM, for this proposal, and then the legislation will be introduced to Congress. So it would be excellent if we could exchange acres ABC for XYZ, exchange it, and have the land exchange stay on its own 2 feet. Fortunately, especially in a large landscape like this, you're not just going to be able to exchange acreage and have it function for both the public and for the private. So we would be implementing some of these tools and strategies in addition to the actual acreage exchange to better manage this land post-exchange. These would include things like conservation easements over critical migration corridors, deed restrictions in some areas, MOUs, just memorandums that we would likely have in place with NDOW on public access to the private land post-exchange for hunting or other purposes. I know we did have some technical difficulties earlier, but Melissa is online and was going to comment on the next. I think she had some additions to this slide and then was going to comment on the next three if we can bring her on here from Melissa.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm Melissa Sherburne. I'm a principal with Western Land Group, and I just want to thank you for having us here today. I know there's a lot of interest in this exchange, and so we really appreciate this as an informational session, really just to begin the dialogue with you and also continue the dialogue with NDOW and other key stakeholders. So thank you for having us here today. I think, Wyatt, you've done a great job of giving an overview. And, you know, regarding the tools and strategies, we're looking at such a broad landscape. As Wyatt pointed out, more than 1 million acres here. And so it's not all about the acreage. Of course, the ranch has a lot of different characteristics within the ranch boundary. And so as we go through the various objectives within the land exchange, we look to these tools to help us achieve those objectives. And so as Wyatt pointed out, conservation easements are a common one that you all are very familiar with, I'm sure, MOUs and other sorts of agreements. And so we just want you to be aware of that as we go into it. It's not just land that we're talking about, it's the mechanisms that also are incorporated on top of the land. So with that, let me just explain a little bit more about our approach. And so if you could go to the next slide. With the map on it.
Sorry, Melissa, this clicker's not working.
Oh, no worries. Okay. So when we begin to look at the ranch, we start to identify areas of interest. And so this has been something that we've been working on for the last, I'd say, almost 2 years. And so I just want to highlight a couple areas to get everybody thinking about these areas of the ranch. So Loomis Creek, you can see the checkerboard. This is current ownership that we're looking at right now. Loomis Creek is an outstanding area. It is mostly checkerboard. It's got outstanding wildlife habitat, as well as recreation, but there's not clear access. There's not necessarily clear conservation mechanisms. And so that's one area that we think that there is great public benefit potential. Within the heart of the ranch, the Wine Cup headquarter, Gamble headquarter, you know, that takes on an entirely different character. Again, there's a lot of factors there for, you know, if we were to block up the ownership. And I do want to emphasize throughout this presentation, this is not a proposal. I think there's been a little bit of a misinterpretation of various maps that might have, you know, been out in the public. And these are not proposals. These are discussion items. And so nothing has been formally introduced. But in order to get to a really successful proposal, we have to share maps. We have to talk about certain areas. And so I know you all can appreciate that, but I just want to emphasize that throughout the presentation. So Wine Cup Gamble, the kind of the heart of the ranching operations, rolling, you know, sage grouse habitat. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail here in a second. One other one that I want to, Dairy Valley has its own characteristics. I'm sure you all are familiar concerning habitat, recreation, as well as ranching. One area that we'll talk about here in a second is the North Pequot Mountains. You can see right now it's almost a perfect checkerboard, yet it's a very important migration corridor for mule deer and other species. And then, of course, Independence Valley is very unique and is home to Warm Springs, which also I'll talk about more in a second. But I just want you to recognize through this map, across the 1 million+ acres, there's kind of sub areas that really have their own definition, their own characteristics, and therefore their own opportunities. And so we really want to capture that eventually in a proposal. So the next slide. Okay, so I want to also recognize Y2 consultants. They're on our team. So many of you may know Brenda Yunkin from Y2. They obviously have a huge amount of depth in Nevada and throughout the West on sage grouse expertise as well as really wildlife generalists. So they do come in to support in this regard. And so these maps originated with Y2 and they're available and will continue to be part of our team moving forward. On the left here, I just want to talk about these two species because they've really influenced the work that we've done thus far. It's not to say these are the only species, but they are sort of acting as an umbrella species as we start looking at the land exchange proposal. So on the left, we've got the sage grouse, and you can see that the priority habitat is really concentrated across the northern boundary of the ranch. There's also some pockets throughout the ranch, and those are unavoidable. A lot of that's driven through presence of LEC, which I'll show on my next slide how that may be affected. But this is something that we really want to take. It's our responsibility, and I think of great interest to take this into account. Sage grouse conservation. On the right here, mule deer seasonal range. There's a great diversity across the ranch. With a very undulating landscape. The North Pequops I mentioned, but that's really something that we've heard from local agency staff members that, we really need to pay attention to that and make sure that through a land exchange, we're always asking ourselves, is the status quo better? So is today's condition better, or might there be a better way to look at that? And we might, this is an area where I think we can demonstrate that. So on my next slide here, if you go to the next one, Wyatt. So on the next slide, we've got an actual data representation of the North Pequops, and this is data that was given to us by NDOW, and you can see just how high that concentration is moving through the North Pequops for mule deer. And what we would offer as a potential opportunity is a conservation easement. If that land, again, we're looking at a post-exchange map. This is not a proposal, but this is a way for us to move the conversation forward. And so the brown, the darker color, would indicate blocking up of private land. The yellow would be blocking up of private land. This is by no means a final configuration or an acre for acre situation. But in the North Pequops, we would propose that that area go largely private to the Winecup Gamble Ranch. That being said, with a conservation easement on top of, if you will, that land, it would serve as better protected for wildlife conservation. And so right now, there's really no mechanism to say, that the private land within there that is checkerboarded couldn't be developed. There's little to no protection against that. With a conservation easement, obviously that would be in perpetuity. Some of that could be built into that conservation easement. There are analogous projects. I believe it's the Wild Horse Ranch in Northern Nevada, partnerships with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. That is something that we would be very open to exploring and look forward to that. On the right, you can see very lightly the LEC presence. And I know that, this data is very sensitive. And so that being said, these maps, may be in the public. The high LEC areas are fairly concentrated, Loomis Creek being one of them. The Rock Springs area to the north, we would propose that those be put into entirely public ownership. We think that has more clear benefit for the species. The checkerboard, obviously, streamlining land ownership benefits the ranch, but it also benefits conservation in the end. Warm Springs is a very unique place that also currently is private. And the thing that makes it most unique, and I have to read the species name to you so I don't mix it up, but it is an endangered dace that is entirely endemic to Warm Springs. It's found nowhere else on the planet. So that is pretty unique. The Independence Valley speckled dace. this would require a lot of thought. In public ownership, it's one thing to be in public ownership, it's another thing to be properly managed. We have had multiple conversations, of course, with BLM, with NDOW, and also U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is making no formal proposal at this time, but that is something that we believe is worth exploring that could benefit that species. So that's pretty exciting, I think. Okay, the next slide is about recreation and access, and I will pass it back to Wyatt for this one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. So one area that we've kind of focused on as an area that we need to provide some access to would be Loomis Mountain, kind of Loomis Creek area. As it sits right now, the lower elevation is mostly in checkerboard ownership. The upper elevation is in private. As it sits right now, the ranch is allowing walk-in access only to that area. Discussions that we've had, has kind of led us to keeping that area in walk-in access. Post-exchange, it would be all BLM, so that's ultimately the BLM and NDOW's decision, but that's something that we're kind of kicking around as we work on this proposal. I'm sure some access groups are going to be really happy about that, and other groups may not. So figuring out, that's just an example of how we need to figure out a lot of these just fine-tune little tools and strategies that are going to fit over this land exchange. Going back to what Melissa said, everything north of that Thousand Springs Creek Road would be going public. A lot of that is a lot of sage grouse leks on private land currently. Small parcels of private land out there, but a lot of sage grouse leks in that area based on the data that we have. Also cultural resources out there in the area. And then a big point of discussion, the circle we have around the big section of deeded land post exchange in the middle of the ranch would just be how we look at public access to the ranch post exchange. This is something we're looking for a lot of feedback from NDOW on, how we can help meet their management objectives as they manage an elk population and other populations in the area. So that's something we're looking for some feedback from NDOW on, and how best to come up with a MOU on public access to the ranch post exchange. Figure out the right direction to point this thing one of these days. So looking at ranch operations, the reason behind doing this exchange for the ranch is really just greater operational efficiency on our behalf. Like going back to what I said earlier, putting in 100 yards of pipeline, even if you're just crossing a BLM boundary, becomes quite the task for a ranch with a lot of things on their plate. Also helps us do things like juniper management. Doing that in a checkerboard ownership, while possible, is a lengthy process to get a project like that approved. And at the end of the day, even if you're only doing it on private land, not really approaching landscape habitat management in a really effective and intuitive way. So that's one of the things we hope to improve upon with the exchange. These are again things that we hope to have discussions with NDOW and BLM, land management strategies that we can put in place with the proposed land exchange to manage that rangeland better after the exchange goes through. I think it's important to mention the principles of outcome-based grazing in this. I know it's kind of a contentious issue at the time, but I know members of BLM, NDOW, other stakeholder groups have put a lot of time and effort into outcome-based grazing. And I think it's a really wise way to manage land in the West. I hope we can do some more of those projects across the West, not just on our properties, but it makes a lot of sense. Manage it for an outcome as opposed to AMU per acre for a given time. So an exchange like this would enhance those principles by having these large blocks of consolidated public and private land, which would allow both public and private managers to have better operational efficiency on their land. And this is a slide I'm going to turn over to Andy. There's a lot of text on there that we can't read, but this just lays out kind of the legislative process for an exchange. You got it. Sure, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. This chart that you see before you explains how a bill becomes law. And the reason that we are proposing to do this legislatively is what Wyatt already fingered. I mean, to get a 400-foot pipeline on BLM land can be a very lengthy process, require an EA, et cetera. And there's just no way that we believe an exchange of this size and magnitude can happen administratively. It just, you would have an EIS that would run thousands of pages, and probably the process would take 10 to 15 years. This will be the largest exchange BLM has ever done, and they just don't have the capability to do it in-house as far as we believe. If you have any questions on this chart, I'm happy to answer them. When we started this process, we also agreed that where we would propose conservation easements, like in North Pequops, those would be guaranteed by the legislation. They'd be written into law so that we would, that would be permanent protection, and it could only be undone by an act of Congress. Ditto down at Warm Springs. If we do something down there with the Fish and Wildlife Service, that would all be written into law. One point that hasn't come up is that we've focused really on what we thought, based on input from NDOW and BLM, were the best wildlife areas. And basically in Loomis Creek, everything west of Highway 93 would be blocked into solid BLM, except for 3 or 4 tiny things where we have holding corrals. So once again, this would be guaranteed by law. We also, of about 50 known sage grouse leks in the whole exchange area, all but 7 would be blocked into BLM. So we put a heavy emphasis and focus on wildlife, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the legislative process. That's what about, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andy. I'm sure there'll be some questions that I can't answer on that. So if we have some questions, we'll pull you in. So appreciate it. So the next steps that we're looking at, we presented to NDOW and BLM fairly lengthy, just kind of discussion draft. What we're doing today is kind of a boiled down version of that. You know, the discussion we had with NDOW, BLM took 3 hours versus, you know, maybe 30 minutes here. So really eager to get some feedback from NDOW, see where we miss, see things that are going to go well, where we need to put some of those other conservation easements, deed restrictions, so forth, and overlay those with the actual acreage being exchanged. Once we have a lot of that feedback, that will take some time, but once we have that feedback, we will come up with a finalized proposal. At that point, we'll really kick into a lot of public and stakeholder engagement. Reason we haven't done a lot of public and stakeholder outreach at this time is we don't really have a proposal put together that we can present. So once we have that, we'll be engaging groups like RMEF, TRCP, VHA, TNC, county commissioners, county planning boards, things like that, getting their feedback on the proposal. Hopefully at that point, the proposal is fairly well refined, but taking any additional feedback and adjusting as needed. Once all that is done, that legislation would be introduced. So I know there's a lot of comments, a lot of interest in this, so I'm happy to hang out. And I don't know how you want to format things, but I'm happy to hang out and answer questions however you see fit.
Perfect. Excuse me. No, that was great. Obviously, this is an informational piece. You know, kind of accomplished, I think, what we were looking for in terms of a brief fact finding and some information that, you know, quite frankly, I was unaware of a lot of this until I believe it was the Elko cab that brought it to my attention and started looking into it, obviously a little bit closer. But anyway, I think this is a great start, and appreciate you guys coming and laying out some of this information and kind of what the process is. This isn't a public comment, again, just strictly informational. Is there something, Dag Burkett, that the commission can?
The commission certainly has the right to ask questions. It's just not an action item, so you won't take public comment on the issue.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So anyway, with that said, any of the commissioners have any questions at all? Yes, Commissioner Walton.
I think this was clarified in the presentation, but I just want to make it clear to the public, because I wasn't absolutely clear walking into this, and I've heard both comments from the public. So what's contemplated here is not an administrative exchange, but a lands bill.
Say that last part again, sorry.
What's contemplated is a lands bill, not an administrative exchange. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be done legislatively, like Andy mentioned, not through, you know, an NEPA process or anything like that. It would be done simply through legislation.
Okay, and then the discussion around conservation easements, it sounds like, you know, we're talking piece by piece. Has there been any discussion, or is there room for discussion on conservation easement of the entirety of the private holding?
Yeah, that's something that we've discussed. We're looking for NBWC feedback. Since some of those areas across that private piece are so vastly different, the thought was to have different tools on them. That does complicate things, especially talking with, you know, Congress. Keeping things simple would make everything a little easier. So it's something that we've talked about. We'd prefer to put this over key areas that are of key environmental concern. Getting back to the root of why we're doing this anyways is just to make our management more streamlined, more efficient. So putting a conservation easement on that in some ways will take away some of that ease of management. Depending on how we set that conservation easement up. You can set a lot up through you know, Stock Growers Association, which allows us to continue to ranch, but wouldn't allow you to go and mine on it. So something like that would be, yeah, completely agreeable. But yeah, just feedback we need and input we're looking for from wildlife professionals.
And I guess so on that, when we continually use the word operational efficiencies and management, what's the intent here and what's contemplated is to continue as a livestock operation?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And so you guys are open to bigger discussions in terms of con easements on more than just, let's say, North Pequops.
Right.
Okay.
What we threw out today is just, you know, it's, you know, over 1 million acres. So it's difficult to kind of capture everything. The ideas we threw out were kind of just some of the bigger areas, things that we've already talked about with NDOW, things that areas we've already identified that's going to need a CE or something similar. But yeah, we're open to discussion on any and all other areas.
And then I'll turn it over here in a moment, but I'm curious, you know, this is a pretty big project. So what's the estimated cost projections of accomplishing something like this via legislation?
Oh, for the ranch, it's, yeah, fairly expensive. Western Land Group would be a better one to answer that question, but yeah, there's a lot of costs associated to the ranch. Are you speaking specifically for the ranch or for NDOW and other agencies?
I mean, specifically from the landholder. So we're talking about a land exchange to improve operational efficiencies. And I'm just curious, what are the projected costs to get this to the finish line?
So I'll throw out there $1 million. It's going to be, you know, it's been a 2 or 3 year process already. It'll be probably another couple of years, a lot of consultants' time, a lot of my time put into it. So yeah, significant cost, but what comes with that is, you know, a bunch of private land that's becomes a lot easier to manage post-exchange.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Walter. Any other questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, one of the questions I had, because we heard earlier in some public comment, was the exchange rate wasn't quite the same. It was going to be private was gaining 3 to the public 1. And we've been involved in some land exchanges, and we always say it was kind of a 1-to-1, or the public always had to have as far as acreage had benefit compared to the private landowner. But I think the fact that you mentioned a minute ago that this is a lands bill, that kind of clarified that it's different. It's not an exchange. This is a lands bill.
Well, this is something that Western Land Group will want to clarify, but it's a land exchange. You know, through the Land Exchange Act. I can't remember what date it was. I thought it was in the late 60s. I don't know, Melissa or Tom, just to clarify that, because I know there's been a couple questions on it. I want to make sure I get the verbiage correct. Okay, Tom.
Yes, this is Tom Glass at Western Land Group. The exchange will be done on a fair market value for fair market value basis, assuming we get to an exchange. It's not really acre per acre. And the preliminary work that we've done on valuation, and these are going to have to be appraisals that are prepared under the direction of the BLM and approved by the BLM. It's really their valuation process. But I would throw out, and for Commissioner Barnes on the exchange rate, that land in general in the West, land that has live streams and, you know, really wetlands have, you know, that's worth more per acre than land that is just your typical desert that exists kind of on the southeast portions of the ranch, or the high rangeland around the 2 headquarters, sort of that blob in the middle of the maps that you've looked at. We are a long way from knowing what that exchange rate would be in terms of the number of acres. But just generally speaking, it's, you know, in the market data we've looked at, it's been about 2.5 to 1 is for the wetlands. And so the public would be receiving mostly wet, higher value land because it's higher value to wildlife is why we think it should be there. It doesn't have to be that way, but if wildlife management is important, certainly that those attributes of water and the type of vegetation that exists around water becomes very important. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. One of the other questions I had too is that there's a large elk population that this private is going to encompass. So some of the questions are, okay, how does this affect, you know, NDOW's ability to manage this elk herd that's in this large area of private, because it is huge. And so then along with that, how's that going to affect a lot of those neighboring ranches? I mean, I realize you look at the map, the Wine Cup Gamble encompasses a lot, but you get on the outside fringes, there's other ranches around there. And so if it inhibits some of the ability to manage this elk herd with these management plans, how's that going to affect a lot of these neighboring ranches on the outside edges?
Yeah, excellent question. That's something we've certainly talked a bunch about and have some concern with, is having that elk population congregate in that big portion of private post-exchange. So yeah, after that meeting with NDOW in May, we're hoping to hear back from them on how we can structure some MOUs to allow public access to manage that elk herd and not have the elk congregate on that private land post-exchange. We realize that that's certainly a concern for the public and for NDOW as they try to manage that elk population. So yeah, looking to hear from them on on how we can set up some MOUs to get public in there and continue to keep that elk herd dispersed.
Yeah, I kind of apologize for the question. I kind of got over my skis a little bit because I guess it's more of something to be aware of as you proceed rather than really a question, but that's something I think that really needs to be looked at.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Any other? Yes, Commissioner Walton.
Just piggybacking off of Commissioner Barnes there when we're talking about, the exchange, not necessarily knowing the acre per acre yet, but I continually hear the mention of kind of a proposed exchange of wet meadows or lands containing water to the public. Does this land exchange include the transfer of those water rights to the public?
So that's something we've discussed with NDOW and BLM does not want to retain water right or does not want to acquire any water rights. So this would just be a surface for surface exchange. Any water rights that the Wine Cup currently holds, as we kind of structured things thus far, Wine Cup would maintain any water rights that they have. I guess while we're on that topic, like any mineral rights would stay the same. The exchange would simply just be surface for surface.
And then, to today, have you guys received feedback from the department? I'm just curious if today's presentation contemplates or has included any of that.
Have we heard feedback from NDOW and BLM? We have some. A lot of that was based on initial field tours and phone calls. The more formal conversation we did at the beginning of May, we haven't had any real significant feedback on those, large draft proposals that we put together and, had multiple hour conversations on. So still waiting for a significant amount of feedback on that.
So, I mean, I know we continually say it's a draft at this point, but I assume you guys started with kind of your ideal ask, right? Now reaching out for feedback, trying to work down from there.
Yeah.
So the answer is no. Today's presentation thus far doesn't include any feedback from any department.
Nothing formalized. I mean, we've had conversations in the field, so yeah, we have some of their opinions, but we haven't had any real formal feedback or written feedback.
Okay.
I would just jump in there on that and just clarify, as we've put maps together and anything that's showing geographic recommendations, ideas, concepts, that very much is taken into it. Wyatt mentioned this, but very much has taken into account the many conversations that we've had on the phone, on Zoom, in the field, in meetings. And so it's not to say it doesn't include agency feedback, but it's been, as Wyatt identified, it's been informal. And so we're still in that informal stage where the discussion draft that we provided to NDOW in May really sort of puts forth a lot of ideas. And so one that we talked about today is the North Pequops. And so we talk in greater detail about what that might look like and what's the opportunity, what are some concerns about that, how would it be managed, et cetera. And so for us to really move towards that final proposal, we kind of want to hear from NDOW, kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down, like you're on the right track, you're not, so that we can really refine and hone in on those because, to put together a conservation easement is a gigantic exercise in and of itself. And so, we've got to kind of take this incrementally in bite-sized pieces. And we've had some really great discussions with NDOW and certain staff members. And, we just really look forward to continuing those, but perhaps in a more formal way moving forward. And so we're really looking for that direction.
Yes, Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to piggyback Walter's earlier question, and that is when he asked about the conservation easement, obviously the North Pequox and a couple of the different areas, but more of a con easement to the entire property. You mentioned as long as we can continue to graze cattle, livestock operation, but maybe eliminate mining. Is that kind of correct? What you guys were talking about earlier?
Yeah, that,
Have you guys considered also eliminating maybe energy, renewable energy development too?
yeah, we would, especially in certain areas like North Pequox that are critical migration corridor. I guess my one concern with that is us being the big landowner in the area. Once that land's consolidated and all under conservation easement, if these renewable energy, wind, solar developers go to BLM for projects on BLM ground that we also lease. BLM's multiple use. So my concern is private land, that I own the Wine Cup, but my concern as private land manager would be that those developers would then go to BLM and try to develop on that BLM ground, which creates some concern for us where we're trying to graze cattle in those areas.
Okay, so your concern would be for the BLM. Let's say it goes through for argument's sake.
Just, yeah.
The BLM property, not your private property.
Yeah, I mean, if that whole private deeded section was to have a conservation easement on it, and that would be off the table at that point to energy developers. You know, the next big landowner in that area would then be BLM. So I'm not saying that would happen, but just to play devil's advocate a little, as the land manager in the area, that would be a little concerning to us as well. So what measures could we put in place over BLM ground to ensure that, you know, the land that we have a grazing lease on doesn't get a solar farm on it?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, fine.
I
It's great
just
to
have a lot of wheels spinning on this. And if it's appropriate, I don't know if this is best for Cody or Caleb or whomever, but I guess looking at the draft proposal, what does this mean for wildlife management in that area from NDOW's perspective?
The record, Director Alan Janae, and so yeah, I think that's what we're trying to deal with as well. And as you heard mentioned here today, is, you know, they've thrown out their consideration of what they want. The conversations that have been occurring is trying to understand what their wants and needs are, and then there have been discussions around the values that are wildlife values that are on the landscape. And so you see the maps as far as mule deer, sage grouse, flax. There's been discussions around elk, but I think that's the piece right now that's occurring is trying to work to understand what their wishes are in this, but then us trying to represent the real situation that's on the ground with their wildlife populations. And so there have been some conversations and there are much more to come. And so I would say that's exactly where we're at right now. And a piece of this is, you know, the recreation, the access, the items that the public has brought forward is trying to hear, you know, as the Department of Wildlife, we manage wildlife, but we also, in managing wildlife, we manage populations, we manage people, we manage recreation. And so trying to contemplate that within this mix is another piece of it. But I would say we're dead square right in the center of trying to assess this.
All right. Any other questions from the commission? One of the, yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Mr. Chairman, I've just been sitting here trying to gather my thoughts too. First of all, I appreciate you guys, you coming down and presenting to us. I know it's it was a request. You guys came through and came forward, and I think we all recognize that that's not something that you had to do. So we appreciate I do that you're here and throwing things out on the table. I'm trying to frame my thoughts around all this too. There's a lot of moving parts. This commission's 3 years behind where you are in formulating thoughts and processes and opinions. The things that have come to my mind so far is the kind of the valuation of the land. We stood out in the middle of basically a desert scrub or a lowland area out in Tonopah. And for all intent and purposes, I think 99.9% of people would have looked at it as just nothing. It's just space and it's usable for whatever. But the wildlife biologist, it really resonated with me. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but it was pristine habitat. It hadn't been bothered. It was natural. Invasives were minimal. I mean, it was a pristine piece of habitat, but for all intent and purposes, it didn't have a major water source. It didn't have ponds. It didn't have a marshland, things like that. So I am concerned with the, kind of the idea of, it's much broader than just measuring. There's a lot of variables and I'm not sure how you incorporate those. I think that's what Alan was suggesting, is that it's trying to gather all that stuff up. It may have value in one sense, but not another. But there might be things that most people don't value, but from a wildlife standpoint, it might be very valuable. So I have my thoughts are circling there. I guess I'll share this. This is we're all trying to understand each other, try to build some trust here. That's what this is all about. It needs to be said. You don't know us very well. And Wyatt, I'm not talking to you personally. I'm just saying,
Sure.
Wine Cup Gamble. So we're trying to understand each other and build a relationship here in this really difficult environment, in the public eye, and everybody's trying to play nice in the sandbox. But bottom line is that well, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, we know that the agency is susceptible to pressure, political pressure, that maybe this commission isn't. We don't know conversations that are occurring to the agency. So, those are concerns of mine. I don't know if there's pressure being applied there. We as a commission, we have a couple meetings between now and January, and there's talk according to your time frame of putting moving on a legislative bill in 2024. Well, we literally have 2 meetings between now and the beginning of this next year. If we're intending to take some kind of action or a position statement or something like that. So time is really short for us to really get a handle on this stuff. So I appreciate the conversations. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I wish I knew what I might be missing. The questions, we could ask lots and lots of questions, and things that might seem irrelevant to you folks, and just don't mention it because it just doesn't seem like a big deal. Might really be a big deal to us, and if we're not asking those questions, then we miss something that's important to us. So I'm not sure where I'm headed. I do appreciate that you came down and that you talked to us. Clearly by the public, I know some of these folks have traveled a long ways to make their comments, so I know it's important to them. And I appreciate that they've come down today. It's not very often that we get people traveling from a lot of different places to come comment on something like this. So the trepidation is real, and I guess I look forward to a little more information. So.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Wise.
I just thank you for the presentation. I frankly, I have a lot of questions, but I don't think now is the time to ask them. I think that I appreciate the information. I appreciate the ability to kind of start wrapping my head around this. At this point, I know just in the process of project development that not NDOW nor you guys are in a place to even begin to answer those. You're trying to answer them yourselves. So I just wanted to make everybody aware that I'm thankful for the opportunity to start wrapping my head around it. I appreciate the comments that we've been getting from the public and the presentation today. And I just look forward to getting a clearer picture as things move on, both from the agencies and from your proposal into what that looks like so that we can start answering some of those questions. I'm sure those answers are going to come during the development process. So that's all.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wise. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
You know, I do have, because I was thinking about the public comment and maybe just something to consider that's going to be brought up as we listen to a lot of that. The comment today was from sportsmen. And there's areas that they've hunted, you know, for years and like enjoy the access to. So, you know, as you go ahead, I mean, I know as a private landowner, access to me just makes me seize up. But when we're coming to such a large area there, I mean, are there going to be any kind of like public access or anything? I mean, just maybe you don't have to answer me now, but just as you go forward, you know, consider, is there going to be any kind of public access available? Or, I mean, those are going to be questions I know that are, well, they've been proposed today, and I know they're going to keep coming.
Sure. Yeah, I know that's probably going to be one of the biggest points of conversation on this whole exchange is how are we going to structure access? And I think that's going to come in the form of like an MOU, hopefully in conjunction with NDOW, and how we can use that public access to help manage wildlife populations. I think it's going to be kind of the biggest point of topic or point of discussion there. You know, I'd be real hesitant to say yes, public access over the whole deeded thing post exchange forever. You know, that kind of goes back to the operational efficiency that I've said a few times now. Folks leaving gates open, trash left around, 99% of the public is going to be great. And that 1% is going to make a whole lot of headache for us, you know, and the people that live out there. So, you know, we do have a lot of employees that call that place home. So opening that all up to any of the public that wants to run around any time of year they want would be really tough for us as managers, and then for the people that live on the ranch to swallow. But we recognize that there is going to be some level of public access, and we're still trying to kind of beat that out of the brush and figure out what that looks like, whether it's some elk cow hunts or it goes beyond that, or you know, what we're going to do. Working with tribes to go in and visit some of the cultural and historical sites that they have is another thing we've talked about. So there's just a lot of moving pieces for the public, for access, more so than just hunters. So it's going to be a pretty complex conversation, but that's why we're having conversations like this. So. Yeah.
Anything else from the commission? I just, you know, like to echo a lot of the comments and items that were discussed by the other commissioners. You know, again, in looking at timelines, it seems like, again, we're a little somewhat late to the party. We're a couple, 3 years into this and now having some of these discussions. So my mind, like others have mentioned, is kind of spinning a little bit and kind of a case as I sit here today and look at some of this information, that it's kind of a case that I don't know what I don't know. And just kind of understanding and deciphering that. One question, I know we're a ways into the process, a couple of years, and there was a slide up there. I think Commissioner McNinch touched on it as well, but just curious from this point forward, knowing, you know, where we're at, where we've been, where you've been, and where we're at today, what is a timeline going forward? You talked about engaging different groups and then ultimately ending up as introducing legislation on this. Is it 2024 that the anticipation of introducing this as legislation? Is that the timeline, or what?
That's what we'd anticipated. We know there's going to be a lot of conversation, so we'll just see how conversations go, how much progress we're able to make. That's what we're shooting for. You know, it's a lot of time on our part, time on, you know, folks out of the Elko and NEL office. So yeah, we're trying to not drag this thing out too long. If we need to have more conversations, we certainly can beyond 2024, but we'd like to introduce legislation in 2024.
Okay. All right, anything else? Anybody?
Just
Yes, Commissioner.
lastly, just real quick on this package, so. Obviously, if you guys are looking at a timeline like that, you're in conversations with. Legislators in regards to who may be willing to carry a package like this. So does that include the Nevada delegation? And anyone specifically?
I've not engaged in any conversation with them yet.
Well, has the group?
No, I don't believe so. I'm sure Andy Wiesner is our legislative expert, so I'm sure he kind of has continued conversations. But this project hasn't been introduced. We don't have a final proposal, so I think it would just create more convolution to introduce this to them at this point. So we haven't engaged them about this project at all yet.
Thanks.
All right, anything else? Great. Well, this has been very good dialogue, very good initial step. And we again appreciate you guys coming before the commission today and making this presentation, and definitely look forward to additional conversations going forward. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I got a long drive back to Montana, but I'm going to slip out. And if anyone in the audience, I guess if it's appropriate to answer questions out there, I'd be happy to talk with anybody offline here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Do we need a break at all? We do need a break. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and before we go into our next agenda item and 15, 20-minute break, we want 10-minute break. 10, do I hear 10 going once, twice? Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene. Thank you. Ready? All right, everybody, if we could go ahead and have everybody take their seats and we'll get started again. All right, all right, I think we've got everybody. And also if we could make note and let the record reflect that Commissioner Keel has joined us as well. And moving along, we are on agenda item, I believe based on the changes, should be number 9 now, which is our reports. Again, this is informal. And the first item is the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, or WAFA, the 2023 annual convention or conference. Director Janae, Commissioner Rogers reports on the 23 conference will be provided. So Director Janae.
You bet. I can tee it up. It's very sensitive. For the record, Director Alan Janae. So July 9th through the 14th, we attended WAFWA in Santa Fe, New Mexico. While we were there, as always, it gives us a great opportunity to interact with the other states. WAFWA is a association of the Western states and Canadian provinces, represents 24 different entities. It's been in place for, I believe this is the 101st year. So it's a great opportunity to bring our specialists together and exchange information to unify on stances on overarching items like things, you know, that are coming out of the federal government, or it could be as simple as something like, it's not simple, but chronic wasting disease, and kind of learning lessons and kind of strategizing more so than just within political boundaries of the state. And so we were there in Santa Fe. A couple commissioners attended. We had many of most of our chiefs, our administrators from the Department of Wildlife, as well as senior staff that were attending those meetings. Things that came out of that, like I say, is the opportunity to discuss items that are coming from the federal government. We heard from the BLM on their conservation rule, an update. I can tell you, having had conversations with them, I think they're a little bit overwhelmed in what they received as far as comments. I know that they're listening. They had many of the key points that were being called out. So we'll be curious to see what comes back out of that. But also at the same time, through the Sagebrush EOC Executive Oversight Committee of WAFWA, we received an update on their sage grouse resource management plan amendments. Again, it's more just hearing a unifying statement from them to affirm that, you know, what we are hearing as far as the state of Nevada is what every other state is hearing. And so there were some conversations within that, and even afterwards, that trying to get clarification as far as the process on that. And so we expect to be hearing back on that soon. Other things that were discussed, WAFWA recently wrapped up the volume 2 of the sagebrush conservation strategy, and that is out for review. So directors agencies are going to review that, and then hopefully in the very near future that'll be out for public consumption. Other things coming through the Sagebrush Executive Oversight Committee, I had referenced this before. There was a wild horse and burro resolution out of WAFWA, just asking for management of both BLM and federal horses, but also those horses that are outside and sometimes don't have the same standing as federally designated wild horse and burros. So it was a resolution that was passed by WAFWA, and that will be moving forward to the American Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies for their consideration. It'll have to be heard in the next, I think it's next month, in the next month, it'll be heard. And then possibly there could be a motion and a supporting resolution, hopefully from AFWA in March of next year. So those are things that I saw and I was involved in. As I say, I know you were there, Vice Chair Rogers, as was Commissioner McNinch. And I'll pass it to you to.
Thank you, Director Janae. Yes, I did get an opportunity to attend the WAFWA conference. It's the first time that I have participated in that conference. It was very educational and enlightening for me. I had a chance to sit in on a number of breakout sessions, in particular, the commissioners' breakout session, which was a meeting of various commissioners around the Western states, and various reports were given respective to those states from those various commissioners, again, sharing successes, challenges, items of interest that they are dealing with. So it was very interesting for me, again, as a commissioner, to understand some of the challenges that other states are dealing with, how those commissions are handling those various issues that come up. So anyway, the time spent was great. A couple of other breakout sessions that I attended and meetings and discussions. No mystery in terms of mule deer. A lot of discussion around mule deer in particular, and again, the challenges that other states, much like us, are experiencing, what those other states are doing, and more importantly, I think as well, the collaboration between states that is going on right now, because again, everybody seems to be in the same predicament as it relates to mule deer herds. So a lot of very, very good discussion from a number of individuals that are really the foremost experts when it comes to mule deer throughout the West. So those were great. The other big issue discussed a lot, of course, is habitat. And as we all know, the habitats and the wildlife seem to go hand in hand. So a lot of really good discussion, and again, education on my part around habitat. So all in all, I thought it was a great conference for the first time, again, that I've ever been to the summer WAFWA. So it was time well spent and worked out well. And Commissioner McNinch had an opportunity to attend as well. And so Commissioner McNinch, if you had some items you wanted to touch on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I appreciate the tee up. You know, I always come in here, and I've said it before, it's really hard to boil down, you know, several days of meetings and you know, collaboration or networking in just a few minutes. But I always try to share a few thoughts as from the commissioners committee, as well as you know, some things that you know, we experience in other committees or workshops or whatever the case might be. So from the commissioners committee standpoint, the things that stood out to me were the continued challenge of access. And this is coming from states in the Midwest, you know, Kansas, Oklahoma, but we're seeing it here too. We talk about it today. That's one of our major concerns with the wine cup deal is is going to be access. That's one of the major things. So it's not unique to those places that are predominantly private land. You know, it happens here in a state that is predominantly public land. So I share that with you know, that you know, the tribal non-residents are buying and leasing land in these places so that they can manage access. And this is one of the trepidations that I have with you know, with the deal that we were hearing about today. So so it's not unique to to them, to the Midwest. It's not unique to us here in the West. So it's a shared challenge and issue. Just know that it's not unique. There were also a lot of discussions. We've talked about technological advances with weaponry and hunting tools. I'm just going to throw a few of the things out that some of these other states are seeing come to them. There are a handful of things that haven't even been public, but they're out there and they're coming. And again, I'm going to kind of make my pitch for a committee, a standing committee where we continue to evaluate these. Law enforcement. They see these things or they hear about them probably long before we do. And I think it would be a great committee, but not being out in the field, not being a sportsman, some of this stuff is new to me, may not be new to you, but pneumatic archery with scopes, repeating compound bows, automatic crossbows that shoot 6 arrows in 18 seconds. There are, let me see, I had a couple of other ones that were kind of rangefinder archery technology. These are all things that are out there, and some of the conversation around them, it's crazy what's out there. We've talked about what's making its way into the public from the military and stuff. It really is crazy what's out there, and there are states that are kind of going through it. We've been through it a little bit. I think we need to engage more regularly and just have the conversation so that we're not caught a year behind the wave. So where do I go here? Geez, lots. Like I said, there was a lot of conversation. We had an opportunity to provide input into a wildlife resources and conservation in North America. It's an educational guide. So Wildlife Management Institute, and I believe it was the Association of Fish and Wildlife Services, was kind of taking a review of this document. And really the intent of this is to educate the public in a sense, of the current, of the North American model for wildlife conservation and how wildlife conservation is funded. So it talks about the public trust doctrine, and it talked about user pay public benefit concept. There's some curricula, I don't know, for schools for this to be taught in schools. So they were asking for our input on what do you think? And some of the input that crossed my mind was, I think it's really critical that people understand this, because I think it paves the way for future conversations on how to fund conservation in the country. But I'd hate for it to stop just a little bit short of the people that are willing to pay, that aren't sportsmen, that aren't currently those users that do pay. I think there's an awful lot of people out there that are willing to contribute. There's just not a lot of mechanisms too. So they took the input from the commissioners committee, and I'm sure other committees at the association and at the meeting, and they're going to come back with a modified document. But I think that's a real important document. It kind of helps people understand, how wildlife's paid. Everybody believes that they're paying for it in their taxes, and that's just not the case in general. There was also a committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there was a self-assessment. Nevada was one of the states that kind of made the cut for, what would you call it? Statistically valid input, I suppose, is the proper way of putting it. Which means that there was high engagement from the department. And that doesn't happen without support from the management, from the director and the management teams, to allow staff to provide input in here. And the results are varied. It's all over the place. But there's some clear thoughts on what people are thinking about, having diverse, inclusive organizations and how that might benefit in the long run. This is a long run game. This is looking forward. Businesses benefit from having diverse, inclusive workforces and products. And that concept is really being pushed into the wildlife management aspect, outdoor recreation, of which the departments, the wildlife agencies around the country have a major role. So like I said, there are some folks in here that are not buying it. Kind of this whole idea of woke, if you will. And then there are others that are really embracing it and wanting to pursue it and talk about it. So I've got this document. If anybody's interested in reviewing it, I'd be glad to give it to you to take a look at. And maybe we can even get another one or two if we needed to, but it's very interesting. And like I said, it did open, statistically, it demonstrated some areas, opportunity, I guess, is the way to growth and opportunity, places that I think kind of tee up some future goals, I guess, or future opportunities. But it's kind of interesting what's going on, and that's not just in Nevada. That's certainly in the West, and certainly nationally. That's something that's going on more and more. I only had a couple more things. There's a lot of money out there for wildlife stuff right now. A lot of money through a lot of different ways. And we're not talking $1 million here. We're not talking a couple million. We're talking tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. So I know that our agency is right in the middle of a lot of this stuff. The one restrictive, what's really restrictive right now is just the inability to staff programs to the level to get it out on the land. And so if there's anything this commission can do to help with that, I'd hope that the department would reach out and let us know, and maybe there's some things that we could do to help. But you've got like, I'll give you an example. The Forest Service, through some collaborative agreements, I guess, or lack of a better term, they gave Mule Deer Foundation $60 million. They gave National Fish and Wildlife Foundation tens of millions of dollars. They gave Nature Conservancy tens of millions of dollars to start getting this money funneled into these projects around the country. So there's a lot of money and a lot of opportunity there. So the meetings were really heavy with collaboration, coordination, networking, and really it was really aggressive. You could feel the energy with the people that are putting projects on the ground, and their main goal is to keep projects and agreements moving and money flowing. That was a big part of this meeting, I thought. I don't want to understate the importance of this inclusion, this inclusive conversation. It's a big deal. It's real. It's going to impact us whether we want it to or not. Colorado, commissioner from Colorado shared a statement that, and I don't want to end on a bad note, but I just want to kind of emphasize, basically he said, ignore public sentiment at your own peril. That was a comment that he made when he opened up his presentation. And it was really because they've had initiatives to do things. Now in Nevada, initiatives are difficult, but we saw what happened at this last legislature. The conversations that we were having, the issues that we were dealing with. And I think it's really important. I would hope that at some point we as a commission could find a way to start having those conversations. Is there a way to move forward? Who do we want to be? Who do we want to represent? Are there interests we don't want to represent? That was a question somebody asked. That's a dangerous question. But I think that we really need to have a conversation around it. I think positive things can come out of it. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. I think that there's some real opportunity there. I've rambled on enough. There were lots and lots of other things to share, but that's where I'll leave it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Moving on to item B, this is a department activity report. Secretary Janae and division administrators. A report will be provided on Department of Wildlife recent activities.
Thank you. For the record, Alan Janae. So we'll go through and give the department activity report, but the director's office, just recently we've had discussions regarding the flooding in Mason Valley, and those are now wrapping up as the water has been receding. one of the things that we just learned this last week was that the emergency declaration that would have maybe opened up some funding to deal with the effects of that was, we did not make the amount. So that was not something that was awarded. So despite that, all of our staff, despite being displaced to varying degrees during that flooding event, are now back and returning to work and returning to their homes. So that's good news. The director's office held regional quarterly meetings in the southern region, eastern region, and we also had a leadership meeting with them to discuss, department opportunities and improved efficiencies. In coming up this next week, the August 17th through the 19th in Winnemucca. If you haven't heard about it, there's an opportunity for registration, and we'll be hosting the first ever Mule Deer Enhancement Summit in Winnemucca. I think Commission's well aware of it. Hopefully most everybody in the public are as well. It's an opportunity to advance this discussion and knowledge around mule deer. It's not news to anybody, the plight of where our populations are going due to many different circumstances. But we're NDOW stepping back. We've invited, regional experts from across the West to come and share their experiences and their knowledge and kind of inform this dialogue so that it can be brought to bear within this mule deer enhancement program. And we can think in new ways about, solutions and opportunities in trying to turn around the trend in Nevada's mule deer herd. So that's what's coming up this next week. And then as far as, actually, I'll save this. I'll let Con Ed kind of sing our praises and give an overview of some awards that we got recently. So with that, I'll pass it on to the game division, Sean Espinoza.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. For the record, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator. I'll start out real briefly here with our mule deer and antelope program. Game Division staff met with representatives from the Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Nevada Department of Transportation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the NDOW Habitat Division to discuss a path forward to accomplish our goal of completing the Nevada connectivity plan that is part of the sagebrush habitat conservation plan by December 30th of 2023. NDOT has agreed to contract some portions of this plan as it relates to Assembly Bill AB 112 that directs the Department of Transportation and NDOT to prioritize future wildlife crossings or other safety features related to wildlife vehicle collisions. In our bighorn sheep and mountain goat program from June 19th through the 25th, 2023, the Game Division, with close coordination from the Department of Defense, captured a total of 42 desert bighorn in the southern region, 7 animals from Unit 181 and 6 young California bighorn rams from the Sheep Creek Range, of which 5 were translocated to Unit 012. These efforts focus primarily on test and remove on the Nevada Test and Training Range, monitoring herd recovery from recent disease events, and helping understand bighorn movement within metapopulation areas that include California. We graciously received donations to help fund these projects from Elko Bighorns Unlimited, Nevada Record Book Foundation, NBU Midas, and NBU Fallon, along with NBU Reno. More recently here, we've also had several captures that have taken place over the last week and a half in northwestern Nevada with respect to test and remove projects for the Santa Rosa Range and the Snowstorm Mountains, as well as some marking projects in the Virginia Mountains and elsewhere. In our elk and moose program, early summer is known as seasonal elk mortality syndrome season, so SEMS for short. And that usually occurs in Hunt Unit 067 around Tuscarora and the southern portion of Unit 062 in Management Area 6. Staff continue to monitor real-time readings from rumen implants logging internal body temperature of elk in the SEM study area. On July 5th, a cow elk near Big Cottonwood Canyon in Unit 067 began exhibiting elevated body temperature consistent with previous cases of SEMS. On July 6th, Travis Allen, Area 6 game biologist, Peter Iacano, SEMS technician, and Seth Wilson, the Lathrop intern, with support from Bill Cook in the air operations, were able to successfully immobilize and release this cow and collect biological samples critical to understanding the cause of this syndrome. On July 15, this cow unfortunately perished, and subsequent investigation confirmed clinical symptoms consistent with SEMS. Further laboratory results are pending. Waterfowl and fur bearer program, mallard and mourning dove banding has begun for the season. These data are provided as input to the Pacific flyway population models that are used in species management and season setting processes. In the upland game program, staff have been coordinating with the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources to obtain a source stock of rough grouse for translocation to portions of Elko and Humboldt County. Staff and biologists are preparing to conduct summer rabbit route surveys and chucker surveys in preparation for the annual forecast. And finally, in conjunction with the Habitat Division personnel, staff reviewed and provide comment on 2 separate batches of land use issues provided by the BLM State Office relative to the Greater Sage Grouse Resource Management Plan Amendment. With that, I'll take any questions. We'll pass it off to the Habitat Division.
Any questions for Mr. Espinoza? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
So Sean, this SIMS, transmissible or it just individually?
It's really unknown at this phase of the game, even though we've been investigating it for several years now. Nothing has been pinpointed. There has been some evidence that it may be a mineral deficiency, could be a selenium deficiency, and how that transforms to mortality. We're not exactly sure yet, but it is quite the mystery. And unfortunately, this isn't the only place we've seen it in Nevada. There is other places like the Santa Rosas where we think it might be historically evident, but this seems to be an area of particular concern from a mortality standpoint. So hopefully this is the first time we've collected samples from an animal that was still alive prior to succumbing to the disease.
Yeah, which is incredible to me. I mean, I talked about the, measuring for DNA in the air and in water, to see if certain species are there. That this is, the technology is insane. What you guys deal with. I'm really impressed with the things that you guys have at your disposal and how you use it. It's pretty impressive.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Espinoza.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mike Zaratka, staff specialist, Habitat Division, to provide our update. Starting with the wildlife management areas, river flows and flooding has subsided at the Carson Lake, Mason Valley, and Argenta WMAs. Flows along the Carson River peaked at nearly 6,000 CFS in late May, and those high flows continued well into July. Much of the Carson Lake WMA remains submerged with water levels about 9 inches higher than we experienced during the 2017 flood. Those water levels are expected to remain high well into probably next year, delaying our ability to assess any damage that we have out there. But based on the 2017 flood, we would expect those repairs to be similar to what we saw to our roads, levees, and infrastructure that we have out there. That area remains open to foot traffic only. We anticipate perimeter parking and walk-in access will persist well into the waterfowl hunting season this year. Moving on to the Walker River, those flows peaked on June 8th at about 3,900 cubic feet per second, and that remained high as well into July. On June 13th, the department evacuated all non-essential employees and families at both the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area and the hatchery locations, after all access routes were compromised into that area. Those employees and affected families remained off-site until July 18th, when NDOW, the WMA staff and engineering staff were able to repair Lux Lane and provide access back into the residences. The area did receive extensive damage, and as you probably know, the area has been closed for the last few months, but we are happy to report that earlier this week, we were able to restore access for anglers and hunters into that wildlife area. More information can be found on our Facebook and Facebook page. Last area to touch on, the Humboldt River peaked on June 1st at 3,100 CFS, which is the highest flows and longest period of flood stage documented at the Argenta WMA. Major flood damage occurred on all access roads and water delivery structures. The Lander County Road Department spent over 2 weeks fixing all the major access roads, including building and constructing roads back to their former condition, using county backhoes, graders, tractors, brush mowers, and skid steers. NDOW is greatly appreciative of Lander County's work and will continue to foster this relationship. Thousands of migrating birds are still using that WMA. On to the water development program. The Northern Water Development crew finished their annual volunteer build season and completed 5 big game projects, including new builds near Toulon, Bell Canyon at Naval Air Station Fallon, Sheep Peaks, and Butte Valley south of Wells. The crew and volunteers also rebuilt 2 small game guzzlers in the Trinity Range and on Dry Valley Rim. The Northern crew recently finished up annual inspection flights in the eastern portion of the state and completed inspections on over 300 units. A few units were damaged with heavy snow loading, but given last winter's record snowfall, most projects fared well. The crew will continue building projects through the summer, with 3 additional projects expected to be completed by this fall. The Southern Region crew continues to be busy with projects. The crew has completed 7 big game projects, including new construction and rebuilds. Additionally, the crew finished 4 small game builds and 1 natural spring fencing project. All big game units were inspected earlier this year by helicopter, and crews and volunteers are keeping an eye on water levels. So far, despite several weeks of excessively hot temperatures and little monsoon activity, water levels are sufficient and no water hauls are forecasted at this time. And last update is wildfire update. As of August 9th, 244 fires have consumed 9,712 acres. The York Fire west of Searchlight makes up the majority of burned acres at 9,127 of those acres. We are grateful for a cool and moist spring and early summer, and for fire suppression personnel keeping fires contained. We will continue to monitor fire activity and remain prepared to provide rehabilitation support as needed. With that, end of report. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Concerns, comments? Thank you. I appreciate the report, and I'm glad to hear specific to Southern Nevada on the water development projects that, you know, seem to be maintaining in spite of some certainly really extreme high temperatures that we experienced. I see it's cooled off a little bit now, but anyway, glad to see we're kind of sustaining through the summer here, and hopefully we'll have some additional monsoons as the summer winds down here. So anyway, appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not sure who's up next.
For the record, Jenny Jeffers, wildlife diversity biologist. I'll start out with the yellow-billed cuckoo update on statewide surveys. Yellow-billed cuckoo surveys were ongoing appropriate habitat within the state. Surveys in the south are being focused on a 5-mile stretch of the Virgin River, expanding on where cuckoos have been observed in years prior. The survey effort consists of 3 visits by surveyors using broadcast calls to increase detection. In addition to this, 6 automated recording devices are being deployed in the area to increase the likelihood of detections and to test out new type of detection methods. Cuckoos are a cryptic species with a low detection level and a low density on the landscape. It is our hope that through using recording devices, we can more efficiently and accurately identify where these species are located and the habitats they are using. So far, surveys in the Virgin River have yielded 6 detections during the 2 broadcast surveys. 12 automated recording devices have been also deployed within cottonwood galleries along the Truckee River in western Nevada. The Truckee River has not been surveyed for cuckoos in the past, and diversity biologists are hopeful that cuckoos could be found within another new watershed in the northern part of the state. Finally, surveys were conducted in the Lahontan Delta, and on the 3rd survey, 2 distinct audible detections followed by visible observations were received indicating a possible breeding pair. Now an update on bald eagles in the Carson Range. After 3 years without successful nesting, the Marlette Lake bald eagle territory is active again in 2023 with 1 juvenile recently fled from the nest. The territory has been active since at least 1996 and will be a focal point during an upcoming dam repair project at Marlette Lake. Wildlife diversity biologists will be working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and project proponents to prepare an eagle conservation plan and ensure the disturbance to the nesting eagle pair is minimized as much as possible during project implementation in 2024 through 25. And now the update on the annual survey of the Columbia spotted frog. NDOW recently completed the annual monitoring of Columbia spotted frog populations in the Toyabe Range. This year, NDOW completed 45 passes at a total of 12 sentinel sites. We had 39 total participants from 6 different agencies, including a strong showing by NDOT, 3 volunteer teenagers, and many agency interns and seasonals. Frog numbers were higher than the previous 2 years. Lack of precipitation and the desiccation of historic breeding sites continues to be an issue for this species. This year, frog populations looked good except for a lack of juvenile frogs at some sites. However, this may be as a result of a late spring spawning. There was pretty big movements of frogs with some sites recording frogs over 1.5 miles from sites occupied last year. This is probably due to all the available water this year from a higher than average winter precip year. Now the reptile road cruising that we do. Road cruising surveys used to document reptile activities throughout the state have been underway since early spring in the Mojave Desert portion of the state. Surveys are conducted by both NDOW biologists and qualified volunteers. So far, NDOW and the volunteers have surveyed 12 nights along the 8 established routes in southern Nevada, which has consisted of 29 passes. An additional 12 nights surveyed were opportunistically by volunteers on roads not included in long-term monitoring effort. This effort has resulted in 60 observations of 12 different species. Survey routes in most of the northern part of the state were delayed due to excessive moisture and cold temperatures. In the western region, 4 surveys were conducted during May and June that resulted in 8 observations of 4 different species. The most interesting reptile was observed was a long-nosed snake with striking red, black, and white markings. Thank you. Take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission, comments? I was interested to hear you mention about the bald eagles. And maybe it's been noted before, but just curious if you know how many, you mentioned there was one bald eagle that had that you reported on. Just curious how many nesting pairs or mating pairs of bald eagles are in that area?
We only have 1 that we've been monitoring, and that's at Marlette Lake.
Interesting. Good. Thank you.
For the record, Travis Hawks, Western Region Fisheries Supervisor. And I'm going to give you our division activity report. This never gets any less intimidating for me, so I apologize. All right, so division overview. Now that Flows have receded to manageable levels in most of our areas. Our biologists and summertime seasonals are busy with surveying and monitoring efforts for most waters across the state. Our division has had a few personnel changes at Gallagher Hatchery and Ruby Valley, and we're excited to have Jefferson Nagy and Cameron Maloney as new technicians. Jeff McDonald has also recently been promoted from a technician to the new assistant manager. The Fisheries, Habitat, and Wildlife Diversity Divisions recently welcomed Hope Harper as our new Administrative Assistant 2 at the headquarters office. Hope is a recent graduate of UNR and brings a wealth of knowledge and enthusiasm to the headquarters. Moving to our hatcheries, the Mason Valley Hatchery has finally seen relief from the prolonged flooding that Habitat and Diversity both touched on. We resumed daily activities and staff and family returned to station in mid-July. The distribution of our spring allotment of fish, which we weren't able to get out because of the flooding, has resumed, and staff is busy trying to find locations for a whole bunch of extra fish in these hot temperatures. In mid-July, while the hatchery was inaccessible during the flooding, they had depleted all the fish feed that was on site and weren't able to get a delivery via truck. So we worked with the game division and habitat division and had a few pallets of feed actually flown in with our air ops. So thanks to the game division and habitat personnel that helped make that happen, because without them, we were going to have a lot of skinny fish on station. The native aquatic species and sport fish program had a number of fisheries personnel assisted with the frog camp that diversity division mentioned. It was in early July. And it's an extensive monitoring effort for Columbia spotted frogs in the Toyabe subbasin each year. The annual Nevada Fisheries Trophy book was recently completed and distributed throughout the agency. We want to thank the Con Ed division. They assisted in developing the book, as well as our sport fish staff and administrative assistants. And anyone who's familiar with the book in the past, and when they see this one from this year, will realize how much better quality it is and how much more user-friendly it is as well. And then going to our eastern region, Liberty Lake in the Ruby Mountains was reported to be ice-free in mid-July. This represents the latest ice off in recent history. Surveys were performed on the upper Bruno River tributaries for native red band. There was concern that those red band may not have persisted during recent drought conditions prior to this most recent winter. However, the surveys revealed that numbers in the upper tributaries are similar to previous years and appear to be stable. A survey of Deep Creek in the Quinn Canyon Range found a robust and unexpected population of Bonneville cutthroat trout. This is an out-of-basin population that originated from a transplant in 1999 and had not been surveyed since. Fisheries personnel also participated in range camp at Timber Creek in White Pine County, which has proven to be an extremely beneficial program in teaching conservation practices to high school students from throughout the state. In the past, a number of these students and attendees have actually gone on to become NDOW employees after college. Within our southern region, an extensive amount of time and effort has been spent restructuring commercial possession permits of aquatic species. Moving forward, existing permits for tilapia will include several positions related to distribution and record keeping, while no permits will be issued for red craw crayfish. Both species are highly invasive and injurious to native populations and inadvertently or illegally introduced into natural habitats. And our southern region has been dealing with some of these illegal introductions for a few years now. Annual trawl surveys to monitor shad production in Lake Mead were completed in May and June. Survey results from the surveys at Lake Mead in June showed above average shad production this year, which should result in satisfactory body condition for striped bass throughout the year. And then finally, in the western region, with great conditions present for the first time in about 5 years, fish augmentations and introductions have been completed to take advantage of a lot of this newly available habitat that we expect to persist for several years. Little Washoe Lake and Big Washoe received an augmentation of largemouth bass. Bluegill have been sourced from a private pond in Humboldt County and have been moved to Jiggs Reservoir and Cummins Lake in the eastern region. And most recently, smallmouth bass are being captured from Wall Canyon Reservoir and transplanted to Sparks Marina and Chimney Reservoir. And a number of other trap and transplant projects are scheduled for this month. At the request of a golf course here in the Reno Sparks area, a volunteer project was conducted to capture largemouth bass from the ponds at Red Hawk. Those bass were subsequently transferred to the newly acquired Battleborn Pond or Kylie Ranch. And that project was pretty cool. It had about 35 volunteers. They went out for an evening and everyone hook and lined, and all the bass captured were removed and taken to this new publicly available pond. A crew of roughly 25 NDOW personnel participated in the annual YY Brook Trout project that's taking place at Able Creek in Humboldt County. This ongoing project in Nevada involves annual stocking of YY brook trout, coupled with the removal of sexually viable brook trout, and it will eventually skew the sex ratio of the species to all male fish. If successful, this will lead to the eventual extirpation of brook trout in the system and promote the recolonization and expansion of the stream's native LCT population that currently is confined to the headwater portions where brook trout have been unable to colonize. And then with increased water and sediment from runoff, we're seeing algae blooms kind of across the state, but most notably reported at Washoe Lake, Lahontan Reservoir, Bilk Creek Reservoir, and Knott Creek Reservoir. When appropriate, recreational advisories are being posted to warn the public of the potential danger. And then a new piece of equipment that's been over a decade in design and development was finally put to use on the Truckee River in July. The 14-foot electro fishing cataract will be a valuable tool that will enable the fisheries division to more accurately survey the larger rivers in the western region, as well as still waters that have limited access across the state. This raft will be particularly important for work relating to Lahontan cutthroat trout in the Truckee River itself. And with that, I could take any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions, comments from the commission? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks. And I'll pass it on to the DAX division.
Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Duggar, IT Pro 4, DATS division with IT. I'm going to start off with the licensing. The licensing staff issued 2023 Dream Tag to the winners in the beginning of July. The Dream Tag program made $555,744.25 this year. The first come first serve program opened on July 24th. And in just the first week, we have sent 119 tags into the program, which is roughly 10% less than this time last year. The hunt staff had a successful Overton Dove draw with results being released July 28th. This season opens September 1st. Swan permits application will open on August 21st. Our special licenses and permit staff have been working to finalize the form and process for the new Golden Eagle permit that is opening this month. Our geographic information system group, we have still not been able to hire any GIS staff and are very grateful for all the help that the Habitat division has been giving us and assisting with ongoing needs and records requests. For information technology, my staff, we're still working with Spectrum to finalize the telecommunication install for the new Fallon office. They say it should be done next month, according to the last communications with them. We have also been working with state IT around recurring issues with our phone service at the Elko office, and hopefully that will be resolved next month. We started the annual computer replacement cycle and will be busy for the next several months deploying new desktops to staff. And we're also going to be upgrading the infrastructure at both the headquarters and Valley Road offices. And that's all we have. I'd be happy to answer any questions the best I can.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions from the commission, comments? All right. Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I'll leave it to Con Ed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief. For the record, I will try not to hold you too far through lunch. Our conservation education staff hosted their annual Association for Conservation Information Conference in State Line, Nevada. From July 24th to 27th. ACI is made up of communicators, marketing professionals, and educators from the state and federal wildlife agencies across the country, as well as private conservation organizations. This conference received high marks by all. We had about 130 attendees plus. So they were coming from all parts of the country. During the ACI Conference Awards night, Nevada earned 4 national awards for first place for website, first place for the book or report, which is our Nevada strategic plan. So little kudos to pretty much everybody in the agency for putting themselves into that strategic plan, but Kaylee had a lot to do with that. Second place for the communication campaign, which was an educational boat safe Nevada. And second place for a regulation publication, Nevada Small Game Hunting Season and Regulations. The awards ended up on a high note as our boating education coordinator, Aaron Meyer, was awarded the Spirit of ACI Award for his contributions to the association. Meyer becomes only the second person to win the award twice since its inception in 1986. Meyer was also chosen to be the vice chair for the board. And as well, Bobby Jones was elected to the ACI Board of Directors. The Western Region staff educators participated in the Chucker Chasers annual youth clay shooting competition in Winnemucca, Nevada. This event was organized by our own Commissioner Eddie Booth, and 50 kids participated in the Western Region educators spoke about the department's program and the youth license fund. The Western Region participated in the Mason T. Ortiz camp. The camp has 80 campers participate in a 3-day overnight camp. NDOW educators ran multiple stations, including shotguns, 22 rifles, fishing skulls and hides, wildlife tracks, wildlife identification, and Know Your Nevada reptile station. On the outreach front, small game hunting guide regulations have recently been completed and will be on the shelves soon. The big game status publication that shows the 22 recap of big game status was also completed and handed out. Additionally, the 2022 trophy fish book publication was completed as well as the external Wildside newsletter. NDOW Conservation Education staff participated in multinational social media campaigns on the agency's social media platforms. These included Latino Conservation Week, aimed at supporting the Latino community, getting outdoors and participating in activities to protect our natural resources, and also a monarch blitz, which encourages people to share monarch and milkweed observations to help biologists learn more about these species. Conservation education staff also kicked off a brand new Mythbusters Monday social media campaign, which features posts every other week, clearing up common misconceptions surrounding Nevada's wildlife. On the media highlights over the last month, NDOW was mentioned 83 times by TV, print, online, radios, news, reaching an audience of more than 6 million. Examples of these topics highlighted over the past month include sagebrush habitat loss, impacts of an abundance of toads in the North Valleys due to water we had this year, and snake safety, what to do if you find young wildlife, bear awareness for Lake Tahoe visitors, and wildlife crossings and boat safety. And that completes my report. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions for Mr.
How's Gail doing?
Thank you for asking. Gail is our wrangler for hunter education instructors, and she's doing great since the accident, and she's back at work. Yep.
Doing our best.
We will.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Vacy?
Congratulations on your awards.
Yeah, thank you. It's a big deal when we're competing up against states like Texas and Missouri that have ginormous staff.
So when you go into the department, they have it's a state of Nevada award thing, and the the big funny is they got to build another one now, it looks like, to have room for more of the awards. And there's actually a lot of them on there already. So it's pretty cool.
The agency does well in the award spectrum.
Yes, no, congratulations. Well deserved and appreciate what you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Christy Knight, Game Warden Chief for the record. Personnel updates. 2 new game wardens started on July 3rd. One started the academy July 24th, and the other is a lateral and has started field training. Once field training is successfully completed for each new warden, one will be stationed in Eureka and the other in Las Vegas. Lieutenant Jason Jackson transferred from Western Region to Eastern Region. The Western Region Lieutenant position actually just got filled this last week by Wes Coons out of Elko. He'll be moving to Reno. Water operations. Operation Dry Water is a 3-day saturation patrol the first weekend in July to identify and arrest intoxicated operators of motorboats. Over this weekend, game wardens contacted 328 vessels with 913 persons on board, issued 87 citations, issued 234 warnings, tested 22 operators for operating under the influence, and arrested 1 for operating under the influence. Water investigations include a boat accident investigation with 2 kayakers missing on the Carson River, which led to 1 body recovery and still searching for the second missing kayaker. A fatal personal watercraft accident on Tahoe, a fatal boat accident on Lake Mead, and a swamping boat accident on Tahoe. Additionally, they responded to a personal watercraft operator that went missing after taking off his life jacket to swim on South Fork Reservoir. They helped with the body recovery. The subject that killed an endangered razorback sucker at Lake Mojave pled guilty to the violation. He was given 12 demerits and a fine. It should be noted that the individual reportedly consumed the fish and stated it was terrible. Land operations. A warden responded to a rollover UTV crash at Harrison's Pass. Extrication of the victim was required. The warden helped with medical. A game warden assisted with a motorcycle accident. Game wardens responded to numerous urban wildlife and dead animal calls, including a homeowner who shot a bear that he said was in his garage. The bear was not killed and fled from the shooter. A bear biologist and game warden found the bear and tranquilized it. The bear had to be euthanized. This incident remains under investigation. Game wardens assisted outreach. Game wardens assisted with antelope, black bear, and bighorn workshops and taught vessel operations for new hires and state and county law enforcement personnel. That concludes my updates. I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions from the Commissioner McNinch? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on our way back, I just wanted to share an experience that we had on our way back from the Ely meeting. While we were on our way back, there was a potential drowning situation. Was that down at Mojave? Anyway, it was kind of intense for. Sorry, as Christy was getting updates and stuff, and I'm sitting here thinking, this is just one thing at one particular time. The amount of these types of incidents and situations that occur, it's pretty intense. It was kind of a long hour or two waiting to hear back if the person was going to be okay. They ended up being okay. I haven't heard the end of the story, but it was basically unresponsive when the paramedics were there and stuff. So my hat's off to you guys. You guys do really tough work, and I know it's a grind, and that emotional part is it was intense, and I appreciate what you guys go through, and hats off to you.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. You mentioned the one DWI or OWI, but out of the other 87 citations you issued, what was the majority of those?
I do not have that off the top of my head. I will get back to you on that though.
That's fine. I was just hoping it wouldn't be like life jacket issues. I know you guys saturate, all the media. People wear your life jackets all the time. So I was just curious. And
with that one, it wouldn't be as much life jackets, more than likely. It would be more operational based than the safety equipment based.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Yeah, and thank you for that. And to echo Commissioner McNinch, what you guys do and deal with on a daily basis is certainly monumental. And it sounds like it's been increasingly difficult since our last commission meeting with the giving your report today and a number of fatalities. So anyway, we appreciate everything.
Thank you.
You bet. Director Janay.
And so with that, that does wrap up our department activity report, but I think it is worth saying yet again, given Christie's update, is the number of fatalities is to remind everybody to wear your life vest, your life jacket. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're on. I know our wardens don't like picking bodies out of the water, and we've been doing it way too frequently this year. And doesn't matter if you're on a personal watercraft, paddleboard, jet ski, boat, is, everybody should be contemplating that and putting that vest on, because you just never know what's going to happen, and it's happening way too frequently this year. So with that, that concludes our report.
Perfect. Thank you. Did we want to take a break for lunch and kind of recharge the batteries a little bit? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of head nodding. So it is currently 12:36. Why don't we take a break and maybe plan on reconvening here at 1:45? Okay, so 1:45 will reconvene. Thank you.
Working on it. Are they okay?
Okay, everybody, we are right at our time. If we could start taking our seats, and we'll get started here again in just a couple of minutes. All right. Let's go ahead and get started back up here again. So where we last left off, we just had finished up the department activity reports. And now we are on to item C, which is the litigation report. This is Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. The report will be provided on the Department of Wildlife litigation. So Dag Burkett.
Thank you. As usual, this will be a short report. So the Mr. Collard, the gentleman whose guide license was suspended, we still don't have a decision from the 8th JD court yet, so nothing going on there. I did not include, we have one new piece of litigation, but I'm not going to take the blame for that. This is actually an affirmative claim the department has recently brought. This is an administrative claim. If I start talking about it, I could talk for an hour and you'll all be bored. I'm going to include it on the next litigation report and give you some substance there. But the state, you guys drove the success loop as our tour the last commission session. Part of that purchase was, of course, the Blue Diamond properties. The Blue Diamond properties were held in agricultural use. The state, as you heard during that tour, is going to also hold those properties in agricultural use. The White Pine County assessor determined that the state cannot do so because the state is exempt, the Department of Wildlife is exempt from taxation. That is not true. Every state entity, with the exception of the Nevada Department of Wildlife, is exempt from property tax. The Department of Wildlife pays the ad valorem tax just at a different rate. It's basically a discounted rate. The department pays at the rate that was existent at the time they acquire the property. So we have a dispute with White Pine County. They haven't agreed to back off of a $250,000 agricultural use deferred agricultural use assessment. So we decided we're going to go ahead and appeal that decision to the State Board of Equalization, which is probably a board you guys have never heard of before I just mentioned it. But essentially that's where we determine property tax disputes in the state. So we filed our appeal and we're going to wait a hearing and we'll see where we go from there. But $250,000 is a lot of money to the Department of Wildlife. And we think the dispute is properly asserted. So that's essentially a new piece of litigation that we have, and that's really all we have. I can answer any questions on that or anything else you guys see fit if you would like.
Perfect. Thank you, Dag. Any questions, comments, discussions for Dag Burkett? All right, thank you for that. We'll move on. The next item, item D, is the Nevada Revised Statutes 338 Public Works Contracts. This is Deputy Director Jordan Gauchert. A report will be provided on public works contracts awarded by the department in the previous fiscal year. So, Deputy Director.
Good afternoon, Jordan Gauchert, Deputy Director for the record. The Nevada Department of Wildlife administers its own public works contracts. And per the state administrative manual, these do not go to the State Board of Examiners. So in order to be transparent, we bring to you guys the list of public works contracts that were awarded in the fiscal year prior. And in your support material, there's a handout there. There were 15 new public works contracts awarded from July 1 of 2022 through June 30th of 2023. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, that list is in our packet. Any questions, concerns, comments from the board regarding those items? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We will move on. All righty, the next item is item E. This is the 2023 draw review. Gordon Darby, Representative Zach Lambert, and Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kim Munoz. The department's vendor that accepts hunt applications and conducts the random draw for hunting tags will provide an overview of this year's application and hunt statistics conducting the random draw. Yes.
There we go. For the record, Zach Lambert with Gordon Darby. Very excited to be here today in Nevada in front of the commission. This is my 6th time giving this report, but my first under Gordon Darby with our partnership with the Nevada Department of Wildlife. So happy to update everybody on success that we've had the past year. The first thing I did want to do, the contract is assigned to a new company, Gordon Darby, but still operating the same system, same people, commitment to customer service through all of it. And I did want to highlight, though, this has been a partnership with the Department of Wildlife since 2018. And so I did want to call out a few things that we saw in the big game draw this year. And I'm really proud of these highlights. I think it's a testament to all of the people at the department who work very hard to serve the sportsmen of Nevada, their customers, and the wildlife of Nevada. And I'm very proud of all of my coworkers as well in this partnership. Since 2018, we have seen a 46% increase in the number of applications being submitted for big game tags in Nevada every year. That 46% increase in the number of applications coincides with a 22% increase in applicants, so individual people actually applying for a Nevada big game tag. We're seeing that sportsmen are spending on average 76% more than they were to apply for big game tags in 2018. So the average applicant spends $76 when applying for tags in Nevada. And that does not include their license fees. That is solely just their application fees that they are submitting. And so that tells me that the sportsmen of Nevada are very invested into the resource, very invested into hunting and fishing, which is great to see an invested public. With that, we see an increase of applications per person as well, a 23% increase. And on top of this growth that we have seen since 2018, some highlights from this year that I'd like to call out. So in 2022, we had a 46% decrease from 2 years ago in 2020 in customers calling to need help applying for tags. And this year we've seen an additional 10% decrease in customers actually having to call and get help with their application. And I think that's just a testament that we've been able to provide a good experience to the applicant, the customer, when they are putting in for tags or buying a license. and that people are becoming more and more familiar with the system, and it's becoming easier. Another thing I wanted to call out, if you'll recall, when we had our May meeting and I came and presented to everybody, one of the big topics was the transition that we would be going through from House 1 to House 2 as Calcami and Gordon Darby entered into the acquisition agreement of the system. Excuse me. One of those big pieces of that transfer was infrastructure and hosting, the servers that operate the system. And with that always comes, how are we going to perform during this transition, especially before the biggest sales period of the year for NDOW. On the last 2 days of the application period, we received over 95,000 applications on just those 2 days alone. People like to procrastinate, I suppose, and it leads to less waiting for your draw results. But I'm really proud of that because on top of all of that, increase in applications, many applications coming in at the last minute, transitioning to a whole new infrastructure that hosts our system, that resulted in zero disruption to service and availability of the website for people to go through and apply. One might expect some form of maintenance window or something like that, or a couple of hiccups on the way, but I'm really proud that we were able to pull all that off very seamlessly. And taking applications is just the first step of conducting the draw. You actually have to run it after you take everybody's applications. And I'm really proud that we were able to turn things around in 1 week to when we run the draw, and 2 weeks after or 2 days after to post results. I think that's a fast turnaround time, and really proud of our efficiencies there. So let's get into some numbers. So we talked about an increase in applicants this year. 85,362 individuals applied for a big game tag in Nevada this year. And we always want to know our customers. That's something that Fish and Wildlife agencies are talking about across the country, is who are our customers? What are their preferences, wants, needs, and desires? So I try and give a breakdown of customers in each of these slides, but you can see by age group, we are pretty much increasing across the board with the exception of 2 categories. So overall, the most of our applicants are between that 31 to 46 age range here. And we're increasing in just about every age category. Now, we talked about an increase in applicants. How many applications were submitted? 432,262 applications submitted by those 85,000 individuals. And if we look here, the number of applications also has a trend per age group. The 31 through 40 range, they're going to be submitting more applications on average than the other age groups. That's this one, but you can see that here as well. And we talked about average dollars spent. So last year, the average was $73 spent per client. This year, $76. And by age group. Breaking that down for our resident applicants, the majority of our applicants are in Washoe and Clark County, but if you add up all of the numbers for the other counties, we do see quite a substantial population of Nevada residents in all of our other counties applying for tags as well. We do see a bit of a decrease in some counties from the year prior, which you can see here, but for the most part, we're holding strong with our resident applicants. And I'm also proud to note, we received an application from somebody living in all 50 states in DC, as well as some international folks applying for big game tags in Nevada as well. So about 53,000 residents applying for tags, a little over 32,000 non-residents applying for tags. Getting into species specific, so bighorn applications, this is inclusive of all 3 bighorn sheep species, including ewes. For those tags, a total of 73,375 applications, 362 tags from the draw. Putting that just on ewe, 2,366 applications, 89 tags from the draw. For ram applications, 71,009 applications, 273 tags. And bonus point applications on top of tag applications, 34,554. Mountain goat, we did see an increase in mountain goat applications this year, particularly with the offering of that to non-residents for the first time in a while. So 17,744 applications for a mountain goat tag and 14 tags. And 8,105 bonus point applications for mountain goat. Elk, we always look at a little bit differently, but you can see we're still increasing year over year on our elk applications. The one unique thing about this does include all elk applications. So antlered, antlerless, your depredation tags, spike tags, specialty tags. And one thing that we note here on elk is an ineligible status. That's that last part at the top there. Those are people who would have drawn a tag in a later draw order elk tag, but drew something in an earlier order. So maybe you drew a bull elk tag and that precluded you from drawing a cow tag. So we mark that application as ineligible since you can only have one elk tag per year. And total elk applications, 82,055 and 30,313 bonus point applications for elk. For mule deer, 88,048 applications, 10,535 tags. One thing we've done in the past few years is further break deer down into your junior applicants. So this year we received 4,062 applications for a junior deer tag. Of those, 1,949 juniors drew a tag. 2,113 juniors were unsuccessful in drawing a tag. And this is the first year that I've been a part of this that we haven't had any leftover junior tags. We've had leftover tags in Area 10 the past few years, no leftover tags for juniors this year in Area 10. And breaking this down a bit further, I thought it would be helpful to show the breakdown of applicants and results by age. So from 11 to 17, as you would probably expect, 11-year-olds have the highest unsuccessful percentage at around 61.5% applying for a tag. And the lowest unsuccessful percentages come around the 13 and 16 age. I suspect that's to do with, having some points built up by that point in time. But in total, about 52% of juniors were unsuccessful in obtaining a mule deer tag. And bonus points for deer applications, 18,617. For bear tags, 37 tags, 4,450 applications. 4,547 bonus point applications. For antelope, how do I go back? Antelope, 52,751 applications, 3,264 tags awarded. And 17,772 bonus point only applications. We've always done a breakout of Silver State tag application revenue. And this is the first year that I'm reporting a small decrease in our Silver State tag application revenue. And I'll point out why. If you look at the bottom here, I believe that this year we did not offer a California sheep Silver State tag. That takes sheep down a little bit, but we did offer a mountain goat Silver State tag. The revenue and application numbers for that mountain goat Silver State tag didn't offset what came off of the California sheep tag. But overall, increasing applications in Silver State revenue, just the absence of California sheep, you can see took us down a little bit there. Number of tags for a hunter. With a limited resource, I think everybody would be interested to see how many people are drawing how many tags. We had nobody draw 5 tags this year. The year prior, we didn't either. 5 people, drew 4 tags. 147 people drew 3 tags. 1,880 drew 2 tags, and 14,040 drew 1 tag. And one thing we've always included in this presentation are mountain lion tags purchased with an application, slightly up over last year. And the reason that you see a big spike in 2020 onward from prior years, that's when we implemented an upsell to every resident hunter who applies for a deer tag. Do you want to add a mountain lion tag? Do you want your mountain lion tag only if you're successful in the draw? To me, that's product placement. It's where it is, what they're intending to do, and offer that option to some people, and they'll take it. And this is a comparison of line tags purchased with an application or over the counter. So seeing a lot more moving online to when people are applying for their tags. We always track the user trends of our customers. What sort of devices or browsers are they using? This year, about 51% of applications were submitted on a desktop, 49% on a, 49% on a desktop, 51% on a mobile device. And the majority of mobile devices, as you can expect, iPhones, with about 30% being Android devices. Most common browsers, Safari trumps a lot of them, Chrome. And we talk about knowing who our customers are so that we can, make decisions that benefit them. And one of the things we always track from perspective of R3 is who did we lose as an applicant the year prior? Who did we reactivate as an applicant? And who are our new applicants? And who are the people who have been applying consistently year over year? So this is about in line with other years. We lost about 12,154 people submitted a tag application in 2022 that did not in 2023. One of the larger groups there is always that 16 to 20 range, college students getting out of home, things of that nature. 81% of those male applicants, 19% female applicants. 4,824 new people submitted an application in Nevada for the first time this year. That is the highest number of new that we have ever had since I've been working on the contract. And people who applied the year prior, but also applied this year, 72,305. We call those our loyal customers. And this one's really interesting. This is reactivated customers. So who applied in the past, didn't apply in 22 and came back and applied in 23. 8,223 applicants did that. And you can see the largest age groups between the 26 to 40 range. Excuse me. And one thing we've also always included on this presentation is the information sharing preference of customers. And this particular graph here is of all customers in the system, not just big game applicants. This is the information sharing preference to third parties. 96% of customers have told us that they would prefer their information private, and 4% have told us they would prefer their information to be shared if requested. And on draw results, we're split about 50-50. 51% of people have opted to keep their draw results off the publicly posted list, and 49% have opted to keep their draw results on the publicly posted list. And with that, that is everything that I had to share, but I would love to take any questions or comments on the presentation. And I do have 2 extra hard copies I brought for the 2 other commissioners who aren't here today. If there's a good person for me to hand those off to so they can get them, I'm more than happy to do that.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any questions, comments, Commissioner Wise?
On page 36 for new customers, I noticed some of the other customer graphs lost and retained were just very perfect bell curves, but for new customers, it seems like it was a little more out of the ordinary that there's a giant spike in the 11 to 15 age range.
That is a different trend than what you see in other customer categories, but that is not off base for what we see year over year. Those are your juniors who are aging in to be eligible to buy a hunting license, eligible to start putting in for points and tags. And so we usually do see that being the highest new category every year.
Do you think the free licenses program for the Department of Wildlife do you think that added to that high number? Are you familiar with what that I'm talking about?
Yep, I am. I helped the department implement that, the Nevada Youth License Fund. During the big game application period is when we began taking donations from interested applicants. We did not begin issuing the free licenses to folks until I believe it was June 8th or somewhere around then.
Mm.
So with it being the first year, we weren't really able to implement that during the application period. I'm excited to see what we have the potential to do in the future, though. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
So Zach, I had to express concerns with the youth tags a while back, and there was a conversation on, can you pull out, the people that are leaving, the new people, the kids that are coming in, and how some of the changes that we've made to our policies would impact the number of youth getting tags, I guess. Is there any way with this information? Is there any indication? Are these kids putting in for youth tags? Or are they putting in for just in the general draw? Or, I mean, is there any way is it the same challenge that we had before? Maybe Alan can help me phrase that a little bit.
No,
The department had tried to help me understand some of that once before.
Yeah, and I apologize. I don't have exact data here on the top of my head, but anecdotally, what I observe is most of the youth, particularly resident youth, resident youth are the only ones putting for youth tags, do submit applications for other big game species, but in a larger percentage for bonus point only applications. So you see a lot of 11 and 12-year-olds, they're not putting in for a Rocky Mountain Ram tag or a Nelson Ram tag. They're getting a point for that year. I would be more than happy to do a breakdown for you guys for all tags for youth applicants. That would be really interesting to see. And I know I've done it before in my spare time. I just don't have it here on this presentation. I'd hate to make an assumption and say something incorrect.
Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So on that reactivation piece, Zach, how far is that looking back into like 2018?
I believe we generally try and cut it off at 2018 if we're looking at something. I think the majority of those people are 1-year lapses that we're seeing, though. I believe we're pulling that back from 2018 to when the contract started.
Okay.
All right, anything else? Any other questions? I was just curious, Zach, if the trends that you're seeing here in Nevada are consistent with kind of trends maybe you're seeing with other states, or there are some anomalies with Nevada that maybe others aren't experiencing.
I think all across the West, you're seeing an increase in applications, particularly non-resident hunters across the Western states. What's interesting, though, is a lot of our growth is in resident hunters too. And I think a lot of that is due to some decisions made by this commission. Particularly a few years ago, you couldn't apply for a bull and a cow tag. You had to pick one or the other. A few years ago, you could draw a cow tag over a bull tag. And so people may not submit both of those applications. I think that's part of it too, what we're seeing here. And I think there's a lot of efforts that go in from the marketing side, from the department that we work with them on. Right now, I'm only working with Nevada as my only Western state and Eastern states. So it's kind of apples to oranges when you get into tag applications. It's been a few years since I've worked with another Western state, so it's hard for me to say definitively. But does that answer it?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, Director Janae.
Yeah, thank you. And Chris Vasey may have better numbers, but I believe to this point, Nevada is the only state that has exceeded COVID numbers. So everybody saw a COVID bump in applications with interest of trying to get outside and applying for tags. And this year, I think Nevada is the only state that has experienced applications higher than what we did during COVID.
Interesting. Good. Anything else? Yes, Commissioner McKinn.
And it's not just the number of people that are the application. I mean, everything's on the upswing. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I would have thought that this, that you'd get a bump and an increase with the efforts, but what's what's driving it now. I mean, the departments, I know that you're continuing to find new ways to reach out and do things, but this is like a pretty sustained burn. I mean, it's impressive for sure. I mean, that's 46%.
I'd also, go ahead.
I was just gonna make a comment. I do think you guys have something special here in Nevada and the secret's out also. So that could be part of it as well. But
I was just going to say also, Zach, that I applaud you on that turnaround time, that 1 week. It seems like, sportsmen and women around the state, put in applications or happen to reach out to me. It's always that, wanting to know, right? Did I get something? Did I not get something? And the fact that there was that short turnaround time period, I think was refreshing for sportsmen and women, at least maybe those that drew a tag, maybe those that didn't, weren't so happy to get that news. But nonetheless, the timeliness of it was very, very good. So appreciate that.
thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 9. This is Habitat Division Program Overview. Habitat Division Administrator Mark Freese and Habitat Division Staff Jasmine Kleber, Matt Maples, Lee Davis, Mike. Yep. Zerd. Thanks, Mike. And Justin Small. Presentation will be provided on the Habitat Division programs. And again, this is informational. Thank you. Director Janae.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to give a little bit of a lead into this. So we've seen a lot of turnover in the cabs, in the commission, and personnel and people that attend these meetings. And so we wanted to take the opportunity to get each of our divisions in front of the commission to give you an overview of what they do. And so over the next basically 7 meetings as available, or maybe a little bit longer, is we'll have each division come up and just give an overview of what they do and what they're all about, and just to help better inform so people have a better idea of the breadth of what the department deals with. I think when people look at the department and go, 7 divisions, and it's like habitat, game, fisheries, diversity. Those are very high titles. And I think Mark going through Habitat Division will be a great example of just how broad the responsibilities within each of these divisions are. So as agendas allow, we will continue to try to put forward these overviews for the commission. So thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Janae, for the introduction. My name's Mark Freese. I'm Habitat Division Administrator. Appreciate the opportunity to give you a habitat overview. This is going to be a team effort, so I apologize to you all and my staff for any awkwardness as we come up and give our sections. So NDOW, how habitat fits in NDOW, really it's in our mission statement, right? To protect, conserve, manage, and restore wildlife and its habitat. And so as it's in our mission, we're laid out with our 7 divisions, like Director Janae mentioned. And our Habitat Division really at the headquarters level puts together the program and manage the program, but it's implemented on the ground. It's implemented in 3 different regions, the West, East, and South, where most of our biologists exist. Just for context, the department's approximately 260 full-time employees. So in 2017, Director Janae put together part of our strategic plan, and our habitat mission is to maintain, manage, enhance, and restore Nevada's habitat for its wildlife, recreation, and ecological benefits. And our vision is to be, Our vision is to be a prominent, proactive partner in all land-based decisions and actions on both private and federal lands. Really, we have a number of programs we deal with.
Those are restoration, rehabilitation, technical review, wildlife management areas, water development, industrial development, sagebrush ecosystem technical team, and private lands programs. Fiscal year 24 budgets, $12.7 million. We have 42 employees, 7 of which are staff specialists, 14 biologists and supervisors on WMAs, 6 within the water development program, and then 13 that cover kind of our restoration, our tech review, industrial development, and private lands programs. And then we have 1 staff member on the sagebrush ecosystem technical team. So that's what it looks like in our org chart. We've got our 7 staff program leads. Underneath that is our Eastern, Western, and Southern region supervisors and their staff, with exception of WMAs. This one is Mike Zaraka, is the supervisor of WMA staff, overseeing our Eastern, Southern, and Western region. So with that, we're going to transition into some specifics on each program. Jasmine Kleiber oversees our technical review program. She's not able to be here today and apologizes for that, but she's a great staff member, knows her program well, really enthusiastic about this program, which for some of us, it's a little harder to get there on tech review, but extremely important in terms of conservation, defending wildlife, defending habitat values, critical program. Really, it provides fish and wildlife data and recommendations for surveys, avoidance, minimization, mitigation through planning process, right? So National Environmental Policy Act is the big one. We have a lot of federal lands in Nevada. We are actively participating in those NEPA reviews, but there's counties, there's city planning process. There's a lot of other planning process we're involved in. How it applies from Commission Policy 62, 64, and 67 help provide guidance to this program. The tech review budget is made up of a federal grant, which is about $1.3 million, which makes up 75% of the program funding. The other 25% comes from matching funds from energy development. She has approximately 7 full-time equivalent biologists, and this program also is supported, and we take the lead, but we get comments from diversity, game, and fishery, and it's an agency-wide program to make sure we're making those recommendations as best as we can to minimize, avoid, and mitigate projects. In fiscal year 24, the program's goal is to conduct over 300 reviews and develop some best management practices and design features for NEPA and planning commenting. So last year, the tech review program reviewed over 409 documents, 116 energy projects, 36 grazing plans, 70 mining related documents, 15 recreation wilderness projects. We had over 670 public communications, 10 technical assistants, offering other agencies providing input on specific ask, and then 7 technical advisory boards. Another piece of this program is in 2011, AB 307 was adopted. And this is a way for us to recoup some of our cost instead of being subsidized by sportsman dollars. The energy companies are putting money into our accounts so we can charge against that when we do technical review on their programs. Recently, I would say the last 7 months has been very active. We've received 34 AB 307 applications, 17 of which were solar projects, 12 transmission lines, and 5 other projects, including fuel pipelines, substations, and battery energy storage projects. Another unique aspect of this program is AB 211 was passed in 21 by Nevada legislature, and it's regarding subdivision reviews. So far, we have done 46 subdivision reviews in Washoe Line and Clark County, approximately 5,000 acres. This regulation got put on pause, and we're going to be probably reevaluating and bringing it to you guys in the future. And with that, I'll pass off to Lee Davis, who's in charge of our restoration and rehabilitation program.
Lee Davis, Habitat Staff Specialist for the record. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm going to give you
a really brief high-level overview of our restoration and rehabilitation program. Mark and I work at headquarters in Reno to oversee the background funding and implementation of this program. In a little while, you're going to hear a much more in-depth detail from Brittany Tremble, our Eastern Region habitat biologist, who's one of our very knowledgeable on-the-ground folks who's helping to actually apply this program. So a major goal of the Habitat Division is to work with agency staff, private landowners, and others to restore and rehabilitate degraded habitats across the state. Our staff work in a number of project and program areas, but three of the ones that stand out and comprise most of our projects include post-wildfire rehabilitation, pinyon juniper encroachment, and riparian resource enhancement projects. And again, staff at all levels work to coordinate, plan, fund, implement, and monitor projects that are aimed at improving habitat across the state. And that's a big call, notably because we're a cooperating agency in most of these projects, but we're a pretty critical crux to actually making the projects come forward on the ground and helping to plan and guide what happens with restoration and rehab across the state. Our fiscal 24-year budget is approximately $3.7 million. Most of that, about 75%, comes from our federal WISFR grants. The remaining 25% notably comes from state funds, including the special reserve accounts, Heritage, Dream Tag, that the commission and the department work to co-manage. And that's an important part because it represents a lot of sportsmen's dollars contributing to on-the-ground projects that are directly improving habitat across the state. Notably, with the Inflation Reduction Act bill and other recent federal legislation, we're also seeing a good influx of federal partner funding from BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service, and the Navy. So it's a little bit difficult to parse the numbers out, but there are about 8 full-time staff who dedicate their time to these projects across the state. Again, they're distributed across our 3 regions. That includes the 3 regional supervisors and their staff, and then the position that will backfill Mark and myself at the headquarters. So a bit about our accomplishments from 2017 to 2022. The program's treated over 617,000 acres across the state at a cost of nearly $18 million. That breaks out to roughly about $30 an acre, which is pretty good return on investment. But it does come with a lot of challenges. Notably, ecological challenges in Nevada are substantial to overcome. We've got wild horse and burrow. It's an incredibly arid landscape, which makes things difficult in the first place. And we have a number of other issues that we face, including invasive annual species like cheatgrass and medusa head. So those ecological challenges represent a real hurdle, but again, we have a lot of knowledgeable staff who are working to come up with novel techniques and to overcome some of those challenges and having a lot of success on the ground. Capacity challenges are also an issue. Nevada is a really large state, a lot of land, and frankly, we have a lot of huge wildfires and a lot of variation in the annual demand on our staff and our resources to conduct on the ground operations. So organizational capacity is an issue. Training is an ongoing need, and of course, education and public awareness, and just getting people to understand exactly what it is we do and the importance of it is an ongoing challenge. As we work to expand and change the program across the future, we would like to continue to expand our workforce capacity. Notably, the on-the-ground biologists and regional staff are the ones who make a lot of this happen, and that support is absolutely critical. And we're also working to improve our project implementation efficiency by working on our organization and our infrastructure and tools and training that we provide, and also working to increase the scope, scale, the pace, and the magnitude of our project work. And a lot of that, again, comes from good relationships we have with our agency partners and with people like Fish and Wildlife Service who help us work on private lands. Of course, I would be remiss to not mention some of our partner biologists through Pheasants Forever and other important partnerships that we're going to cover in a bit. So a little bit more about our restoration and rehab program. Again, it consists of a lot of on-the-ground work, and you can see the fruits of those work in the slide here. We also do run a lot of soils and vegetation monitoring programs. We're trying to work on a lot of modernization around that so we can increasingly track the treatment success outcomes. The Heritage Grant Program is incredibly important to supporting this work. Again, special reserve accounts like the Habitat Conservation Fee, Upland Game Bird Stamp, and Duck Stamp
support directly a lot of on-the-ground work around spring restoration, upland restoration, wet meadow restoration, and PJ removal projects. Bond projects, formerly Question 1, now AB 84 conservation bond projects, support a lot of infrastructure within the department, but they also directly support a lot of on-the-ground habitat improvements through purchase of seed and other critical resources that we need. And there are a lot of departmental resources like the Sagebrush Habitat Plan, the State Wildlife Action Plan, that help guide our work and lay out our vision for the next decade. And those are critical pieces that we'll be hearing more about in the next coming months as well. And additionally, a lot of the department staff within this program are participating in a lot of novel partnerships like the Nevada Native Seed Partner Program, shared stewardship with Forest Service, BLM, and our other state agency partners, to try to bring together a coalesced vision from other agencies around some of these actions. And we're working on other tools like our projects database to try to track and really report and start to tell our story around some of this as well. So unless there are any questions, I'm going to turn this over to Mike Zarodka to cover some of our next pieces. Thank you.
All right, thanks again, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mike Zarodka, Habitat Staff Specialist over the wildlife management areas. This slide here shows a map of all the wildlife management areas that we have. These are properties that the state owns or manages under long-term lease agreements for their wildlife habitat and public recreation values, such as hunting, fishing, and wildlife viewing. With the addition of the Blue Diamond property in White Pine County, which the commission was able to tour some of during the June meeting, the WMA system is over 163,000 acres across 13 properties. Starting in the southern region, we've got Overton, Key Pittman, and Kirch. The eastern region has 4 properties: Steptoe Valley, Franklin Lake, Bruno River, and Argenta. Western region is made up of 6 wildlife areas: Humboldt, Carson Lake, Fernley, Mason Valley, Alkali Lake, and Scripps. The WMA system currently has 14 full-time employees and 5 seasonal staff. That was seen on that earlier slide that Mark went over. We have 2 commission policies that provide direction for to the Department for Wildlife Management Areas. Policy 65 provides the designation of properties into the system, and policy 66 provides guidance for the management of those properties. The primary management for most areas falls into wetland protection and public hunting. We also utilize 2 other commission policies, 60 and 61, which deal with water rights. These properties are also managed to encourage multiple uses such as wildlife viewing, camping, and fishing. And management regulations from NRS and NAC in the 504 series provides our regulations on wildlife management areas. Some of this stuff deals with firearm restrictions, nesting closures, camping, vehicles, vessel use. We also have one that deals with farming and grazing leases on these properties. The budget we have largely supported by the WMA system federal grant. It's about $4 million annually. That's match and federal grant funds. Comes from both wildlife restoration and sport fish restoration funds. And a large portion of the state match comes from program income that we generate from farming and grazing leases on these areas. But $420,000 annually comes from those leases. Like a lot of other programs, we also use duck stamp, upland game bird stamp, habitat conservation fee, and heritage. Some of our recent accomplishments, we got the Licking Ranch, was purchased in the spring of 2022. That's now the Argenta WMA. The transfer of Carson Lake and pasture from federal ownership, that happened in the spring of 21. And earlier this year, we had the Blue Diamond property and facilities that you saw was purchased. Challenges in the program, like a lot of programs, we deal with capacity issues. There's a lot of areas we have, a lot of acres to maintain at the current staffing levels. A large number of these properties and their facilities date back to the 1950s and 1960s. So we always have maintenance issues going on with these buildings and grounds. And in a similar fashion too, we've got aging heavy equipment fleet that we have out there, which is hard to replace and it's expensive when you do replace it. So as far as future projects, you've heard a couple times today, two of our more popular areas had pretty severe flooding this year. So Mason Valley and Carson Lake. It's going to take a lot of time and a lot of money to get those places fixed up. So that's probably going to be the bulk of our projects over the next couple of years. With that, I'll hand it over to Matt for water development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Matt Maples, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. And I'll talk to you today about the water development program and then our industrial artificial pond program. So the water development program builds and maintains guzzlers throughout Nevada, typically where natural water sources have either been compromised from other uses or where water is naturally limiting factor to wildlife. And so as a result of that, we've had tremendous success, particularly with bighorn sheep, to expand occupied habitat and available habitat for a number of species using guzzlers. Program also helps restore and protect natural springs. This has been kind of a slow transition over the past several years. And at this point, we're now working on protecting and enhancing a number of natural spring projects every year. So it's a growing piece of the program and we anticipate that trend to continue. The program consists of 2 water development crews that have 1 biologist and 2 technicians. One of the crews is located in Winnemucca. The next is located in Las Vegas. And then we also have a biologist here in Fallon that helps fill in some of the territory in between. Habitat supervisors in Reno, Elko, and Las Vegas help support those crews and provide direct oversight. And then the program manager, myself at the moment in Reno, oversees the program and the grant. The annual WISPR grant contributes about $1.1 to $1.3 million each year. And those are the direct funds that we take from the WISPR program and use to pay salaries, travel, buy materials, and fund equipment and vehicle purchases. And then the cool piece about this program is the matching funds from volunteer hours and mileage, and then to a large degree also direct support from a lot of our NGO partners, and that value is typically about $350,000 plus each year. The majority of that comes from volunteer labor and miles. So each region offers somewhere between 5 and 8 volunteer projects each year, and they're typically very well attended. And then we capture the hours and miles that's donated to the agency to help build those projects. And that results in the vast majority of the match needed to fund this program. It's unique in the sense that it uses very few state or NDOW dollars from sportsman's fees to fund an entire program. So typically very limited. Our current inventory, there's about 1,755 water developments in Nevada. And those numbers are absolutely reversed. There are about 1,300 small game and 455 big game. Apologies for the typo there. There's another 75 projects kind of in various stages of the project pipeline going through either final identification where they'll be placed on the landscape to, sitting with the various BLM districts waiting for NEPA authorization. There's a mix of new construction and then major maintenance and rebuilds. And so we find ourselves going back to some of the older units and then removing the old materials and then redesigning and reconstructing units, especially those that are in great spots for wildlife. And so we'll go and improve those and bring them up to current standards. On average, the crews complete 10 to 20 new builds or complete rebuilds each year. Most of those involve volunteer support and heavily depend upon those volunteers. 500 to 700 units get inspected each year, most typically from a helicopter. And then crews are constantly working on project proposals and support to BLM and Forest Service for rebuilds and new build clearances. and that last picture, I shouldn't brush past that. The picture there on the screen is the Bell Canyon project that we built out at Fallon Naval Air Station just this past spring. And so it was a great project and will be heavily used by sheep in the coming years. Some of the challenges that this program faces, kind of a going trend, I think, in our PowerPoint so far is crew capacity. We have a continual need to maintain and rebuild units. We've put them on the landscape. We have wildlife that are dependent upon them. And so it's incumbent upon the department to continue to maintain those units and make sure that they're functioning for wildlife. In addition to that, we also have objectives for new units. And so we run into crew capacity issues while trying to accomplish both of those very important objectives. The recent extreme drought conditions challenged us quite substantially. We made presentations on that in the past. It's so far not going to be an issue this year, but it would definitely, it's not unreasonable to expect that we're going to be faced with water hauling challenges again in the future. The future direction of the program, we're always looking to gain efficiencies in design and construction. We've been working on this for a very long time with a lot of our partners, and our designs continue to get better and better. And by that, I mean, there's reduced maintenance on them. So we're always looking for ways to make them a little bit stronger, a little bit more resilient so that our maintenance responsibilities on newer units goes down. We're looking at building larger and more efficient projects to reduce future water hauling needs. So in critically dry areas, especially where we've got a lot of bighorn sheep keyed into certain areas, we're evaluating and testing options of building units that are more well-designed, capture more water, and provide a single location that can provide kind of a core water source for bighorn sheep during particularly dry periods. So that if we do, or when we run into water hauling needs in the future, we're more prepared for that, and that we're not in quite such a dire rush as we found ourselves in last time around. And then certainly we continue to emphasize natural spring protection where those opportunities exist, working with land management agencies, private landowners, water right holders, getting the right partners in place, and then working towards protecting natural spring sources. The next program is the Industrial Artificial Pond Permit Program. This program implements NRS 502-360, which is basically a permit required to develop and maintain certain bodies of water. It covers artificial bodies of water that are typically used in industrial development and can cause wildlife mortality. Most frequently, these are cyanide-containing ponds associated with the hard rock mining industry, although there are a number of other ponds that also fall under this permit requirement. The original goal of this NRS, and kind of how we tend to still view it today, is to prevent wildlife mortality on these ponds. At one point in time, the ponds were uncovered. It exposed cyanide to wildlife. It created a lot of wildlife mortality, and so this program was designed and implemented to reduce wildlife mortalities on these ponds. Commission Policy 63, protecting wildlife from toxic ponds. It's comprised of 4 habitat biologists that contribute to the program, located in different regions and offices around the state. Again, the habitat supervisors in Reno, Elko, and Las Vegas support the field biologists, and then it's managed out of the headquarters office. It's funded by permit fees, which are $125 a year per permit, and then annual assessment fees, which at $1,000 to $10,000 per permit constitute the bulk of the program funding. The annual work and accomplishments of this program, it runs pretty stable at somewhere around 83 to 87 permits per year that are within the program. 67 of those right now are mineral production, 10 are power generation, and 6 are some other type of industry. And the ponds range in size from less than an acre to over 750 acres. The biologists issue new permits, modify, renew permits, kind of all the kind of administrative tasks that go along with maintaining a permit on some sort of a facility. Each permit gets inspected several times per year to ensure that the company and the industry is complying with the stipulations in the permit. Typically, they're looking to make sure the ponds are adequately fenced and covered to exclude wildlife. And then they coordinate with permittees on operational changes, permitting needs, and compliance issues. The NAC was revised by the Wildlife Commission in 2016. At that point, the program had been running at a deficit for several years. And so that new NAC language modified how the assessment fees were collected and the cost of those assessment fees. At this point, the program is being fully funded by the companies that are acquiring those permits. In addition to this, one of the other positives that has been kind of a long-standing tradition and has continued on today is we work with the Nevada Mining Association, and typically around $300,000 of those assessment fees is pulled off for more proactive wildlife or habitat research projects or enhancement projects. And so we've funded a lot of fire rehabilitation, we've fired natural spring protection work, we funded a variety of resource research needs, typically where there's a little bit of a nexus with industry. And that's been a very successful piece of this program as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Justin Small, representing the Sagebrush Ecosystem Tech Team. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it, Commission, coming before you guys today for the first time. It's a pleasure. Justin Small for the record. I'm taking over for Sean Espinosa in his position, formerly on the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council when I was hired in February of 2021 when Alan brought me on. Being this programs might be a little one-off. Mark said not to keep it over 15 minutes, so I'll try. No, I'm just kidding. I'll try to be quick. The program, Sagebrush Ecosystem Program, the Nevada Department of the SEP, we call it, Sagebrush Ecosystem Program, is a collaborative multi-agency disciplinary program made up of a government-appointed council that was appointed in 2012. And then interlater underneath that is the Sagebrush technical team that I was a part of. The main thrust of the mission for the SEP was established to protect and enhance the resistance, resiliency, and ecological potential of Nevada's sagebrush landscapes. The budget, we work fairly on a short-tailed, somewhat of a short budget. The initial funding for the startup of the program was a $1 million seed grant to bring in credit producers and get people on board and kind of get the program started the first couple of years. For FY23, we had $234,000 budget, which comes directly from the state's general fund. Individual staff positions are funded by their respective agencies. Also for F123, a large majority of that budget and funding goes directly in the form of 58% to the USGS of budget research improvements and program support. And that's mainly for updating our habitat quantification tool and additional science support. The remaining balance is used for travel, going to field projects, supplies, equipment, vehicle maintenance, and other additional technical items. The interdisciplinary team is made up of kind of umbrella under DCNR. The program manager is out of the director's office. That person, I apologize. So we have a new program manager. Her name is Kathleen Petter, taking over for Kelly McGowan, which was in that position, I believe, about 7 or 8 years. Currently, my position is trying to be backfilled. We've got that position flown. My position directly works a lot with tech review at NDOW, mainly Jasmine Kleiber, obviously. I kid her all the time that I think she sleeps with the sage grouse ARPA underneath her pillow. She knows things about it that's like so nuanced. I'm like, yeah. Anyways, definitely valuable. The Nevada Department of Agriculture, that position is currently empty. Division of State Lands is another staff position made up in the interdisciplinary team, and the Division of Forestry position has just been filled with the gentleman starting on the 21st. So it sounds like he's going to be a good person. He's coming in. Goals are really our main goals. This is a synopsis of what I put together of what I think kind of high level the goals of the program is to ensure net benefits for sage grouse are achieved that adequately represent the loss of habitat when anthropogenic disturbances are unavoidable. And to develop credit projects that will enhance regional sage grouse populations, just not habitat. You can enhance all the habitat you want, but if the birds aren't there, just because you build it like the old saying doesn't mean they're going to come. And this has been kind of one of my goals while I've been there, to bring in a population metric within the habitat quantification tool that takes that into account when we have those demographic losses based directly from proponent disturbance. An improvement in information transfer with federal and industry partners to increase the capacity and ensure avoidance and minimize impacts as much as possible to Nevada sagebrush ecosystem programs. Sagebrush ecosystem, excuse me. The main thing that I'm really trying to goal since I've been there as a big goal of mine is to make the most uncomfortable conversations as comfortable as we can to reach the appropriate compromises. We realize there's going to be compromises made. That's not always a 4-letter word in conservation. Sometimes we look at it like that. But we got to make a compromise where sage grouse still provide the benefits, but also we can provide economic stability to Nevada. Accomplishments to date. We have ran 43 mitigation transactions. Have been finalized using the CCS since the inception of the program, conserving nearly 30,000 acres for at least a 30-year term for sage grouse. This year alone, 3 new credit projects for 2023. Some of that overlapped in 2022, but all 3 credit projects are private ranchers residing primarily in priority habitat for sage grouse, and could potentially have the ability to conserve over 63,000 additional acres for sage grouse within priority habitat. Preliminary estimates indicates that these projects can add an additional 20,000 credits to the CCS system. And we're going to need that because for 2023 alone, 22 new debit projects, and I think we're up now to 27. After I went back to the set yesterday and looked through this, I mean, it seems like Nevada with green energy, solar, wind, they're coming in. I checked my clearinghouse from the state mining department weekly, and it just seems like they just keep stacking up. I can't almost keep track of them at this point. It's kind of mind boggling. But 22, so I'll say 27 projects have been routed through the CCS and submitted plans to conduct field work or complete. Most of that field work has been done for the projects that's gotten in this fiscal year, adding over 30,000 debits. I would say that's more like 45,000 debits now, just kind of knowing some of those numbers. To our totals and directly impacting over 25 to 30,000 acres. It was 20,000, but I would say probably closer to 30,000 at this point. Challenges, appropriate. This is one of the biggest challenges is appropriate offsetting sage grouse populations for debit projects occurring within PHMA. In other words, improving sage grouse populations in offsite habitat that represents the loss from the on-site disturbance. And that's getting harder and harder to do. We are losing sage grouse quicker than we're losing habitat, unfortunately. And maintaining early and consistent communication with federal and industry partners that extends throughout the life of the project. It's so hard to get, and it's paramount to get upstream in a lot of these projects, especially bigger projects coming on. And it seems like a lot of times we're informed when they're midstream through the NEPA process. Jasmine's been paramount, and we have a lot of people in the field that are really bird dogging these projects out. And I really can call out a lot of our field biologists that appraise me on information that they've kind of got through the grapevine that I otherwise wouldn't have known early on. And I can call out to some of those proponents and let them know that mitigation is required. It's a state requirement, and get them through the system. And then emphasizing the importance of avoidance and minimization on the front end, not on the back end, not going straight to mitigation. I think going forward, we really need to highlight that within this sagebrush ecosystem program, that when we're talking about mitigation program, that doesn't mean it goes straight to mitigation. It needs to be, these projects need to be avoided. And I really want to highlight avoided because I think we could do some adjustment in a lot of the proposed projects early on, if we can get early on in the NEPA process. And sometimes micro adjustments make macro differences if it's done in the right areas. Lots of challenges and not a lot for future directions. There is a lot that we hope to go into future directions. We're thinking, I'll just say one thing, as we're at some point, we're gonna run out of credits. We realize that, and we're gonna have to go to public land mitigation. We got a project right now that I won't name the names, but it's got 13,164 debits as of the last iteration I ran. I've ran probably 15 iterations on the project. It's right in kind of the magnum opus spring to lull of sage grouse habitat and a lot cluster. And it couldn't, it couldn't be picked in a worse area. And there's possibly $22 million of mitigation accounted to that. And we're going to have to do something other than absorb every credit we have from every project within the system. And that's difficult to navigate. I don't know if this is the project that's we're gonna navigate that and vet that process through, but it definitely needs to be vetted and we need to figure out how to do it. So with that, again, looking forward to being in now. It's nice to get up and talk about something a little bit benign before I come back and talk about in Sean's former position, season setting for sage grouse, and additive and compensatory mitigation. Harvest management. I'm still thinking about mitigation, but it's an honor. Appreciate it. Thank you. Take any questions if you have them. If not, I'll turn it back over to Mark and he's going to give an update on private lands.
All right, last program, almost there. So the private lands program, this is something we've all dabbled in to some degree. Some of our accomplishments were Argenta, Blue Diamond, Pole Canyon, some more you'll hear about tomorrow. We haven't had a staff or a program formalized around this. This is just some areas we've worked in all of our careers, many of us, based on our passion. Last year, we were able to get a new staff position. We're in the process of hiring that person. And so really the private lands program's going to dovetail with many of our other programs, but it's going to be looking at acquisitions, conservation easements, public access, technical advising, financial support with a strong nexus with private lands. Of course, we can't do it without partners. There's numerous partners, and Brittany Trimble's going to talk a lot more about partnerships in the next talk, so I won't belabor it. But this position can also add capacity with migration and connectivity corridor work. There's various commission policies that could come into play and help provide direction for a private lands program. Currently, we're going to be just kind of taking from existing grants where it best fits that purpose of that grant to help fund the position. Right now, we have about 1.5 people doing this work, full-time equivalent. Once we get the new staff, we expect to be at 2.5, but hopefully in the future, we could build this program. Some of the challenges is just, it's been informal. We haven't had a program in our capacity, but certainly we want to build out this program. And with that, we can take any questions. I'm sure any staff would be happy to answer anything. Just wanted to give you kind of breadth of what Habitat Division programs do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions or comments from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll kick it off. I mean, it's clear you guys are doing a lot with very little. 5 years ago, I remember asking the question, how many employees does the department have? And it was right at 260. That hasn't grown at all, but the list of things you guys presented today was significant. So I'm curious, how do you guys go through and prioritize? Because there's only so many hours in a day. Something's got to give. You guys are, I know, busting tail on technical review, the habitat restoration work. How do you guys prioritize that? What do we need to do to help support you guys, to provide you with the resources to keep up on all this?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. That is one of our main challenges, how do we prioritize given our limited resources, right? And our vision is to help grow our capacity to address these challenges. But right now it's just day by day, looking at the priorities, the highest priority need. We've got an excellent culture in Habitat, team effort. So when a high priority in tech review arises, Matt Maples is on it and helping out. Justin Small, we're all teaming up to accomplish that task. But it's based upon what that immediate need is and where those priorities are, which is kind of a moving target and a different process every day.
For sure. Thank you. And thank the rest of the staff. I know you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Probably not a question, just a comment, and I've mentioned this during the heritage meetings and stuff, but your department's doing an excellent job. There's a lot out there to do, and you guys are really getting after it. So I just appreciate all the work you do and the work you put in and making it easy for the heritage, because that's what the heritage is for, to support you guys. And so I just appreciate all that.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? And I'll just echo what some of the other commissioners have said. I mean, this is a great testament to the department and yourself, Mark, and all the things that you guys are doing. It's a great look behind the curtain for us on all the different things you guys are doing. So thank you for the presentation today. Also, thank you to Director Janae for starting this process of having all the division administrators come and just kind of talk about all the things that are going on. And more importantly, the things that we're going to want to hear from, in my opinion, kind of what Commissioner Keel was talking about. And that is, again, what can we, as commissioners, what can we do to assist in this process and continue to streamline things for yourself and in your division as well as the other divisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving right along here. This is our next item is embracing partnerships to benefit Nevada's wildlife. And habitat biologist Brittany Trimble. The presentation will be provided on the Habitat Division Restoration and Rehabilitation Program. And again, this is informational. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for having me today. Mark asked me to come give this presentation about what we do on the ground for habitat restoration. And I'm Brittany Allen. I'm a habitat biologist, for the record. More specifically, I'm the seed and soil biologist based out of Elko. So today I'll be talking about why partnering is so important for habitat restoration in Nevada, how NDOW approaches and funds our habitat restoration work, the types of restoration projects that we do, and some of our accomplishments over time. And I'm going to wrap up by highlighting some examples of partnership success stories across the state. Something we're all well aware of is the increasing presence of wildfire on the landscape, the increasing size of these fires, and the subsequent spread of invasive species. Together, wildfire and invasive species are the biggest threat to wildlife in the Great Basin, with 55% of historical sagebrush habitat having been replaced by annual grasses. This is illustrated in these maps developed by the Oregon SageCon Partnership, showing the increase of annual grass cover across the Great Basin from 1988 to 2018. As this problem is expected to only get bigger with the projected trends in climate, we only have a growing gap in capacity and infrastructure, which have both remained relatively stable over time and are continuously limited and not keeping pace with the wildfire and invasive spread. This presents the opportunity and the need to partner so we can strategically leverage resources to maximize efficiencies and productivity across the landscape. We can also use these partnerships to grow the program by diversifying our approaches, increasing funding, and developing more relationships to have a greater benefit statewide. These maps were developed by NDOW staff specialist Lee Davis using the same approach as the Oregon SageCon program to show changes in habitat condition in Nevada specifically over time. These images were made by Landsat imagery that was averaged over 5-year periods to come up with a growing season average of cover by vegetation type, with 1986 to 1990 in the map on the left and 2016 to 2020 shown on the map on the right. These are sorted into categories of good, intermediate, and poor condition for both shrublands and grasslands, which is classified based on the relative cover of shrubs and other perennial vegetation versus the annual vegetation. The bars at the bottom quantify these different classes of habitat. And as you can see, over the last 30 years, Nevada's habitats characterized as moderate to good shrubland, or the green colors, has decreased by half, while areas that are classified as being in poor condition with more annuals than perennials, which are shown in the yellow and red colors, have increased fourfold. We're losing habitat at a staggering pace, and partnering with each other is important so we can slow the loss and hopefully turn the tide. To combat this problem of fire and invasives and restore habitat across the state, NDOW takes an opportunistic approach to every single project. While we try to plan as far ahead as we can, we have to take advantage of opportunities when they arise, both on private and public land. But most of these opportunities come from existing relationships and partnerships. Through these partnerships, we leverage each other's resources and fill gaps. And sometimes our contracting process allows us to be a little more nimble and flexible than some of our federal partners, allowing for more timely implementation. However, we do come with our own limitations, as we've been stating. We're a smaller agency with limited personnel. Sometimes our funding can be limited, but thankfully with the new funding coming down the pipe, that won't be an issue as much anymore. But we do take pride in our scrappiness at NDOW, and we're known for getting stuff done on the ground. Sometimes we're faced with other constraints as they relate to each project, but we often lean on partnerships to help us overcome them. Timing is extremely important for treatment success. And when, for example, the BLM financial system shuts down in the fall at the ideal timing for a lot of contracts, NDOW can help take over some of that burden and ensure treatments happen when they're more likely to be successful. Similarly, if one of us don't have contracts in place, can't meet the contract deadlines, or don't have contractor availability, the other one can fill those gaps. As a state agency, NDOW can make a project whole by providing funding that can be used across land ownership boundaries. As I mentioned, with limited staffing sometimes, and knowing that a lot of times our federal partners aren't able to work on the ground as much as they'd like to, we can work together to make sure that a lot of these landscape scale projects happen. NDOW biologists really are the experts for their resource areas and will bring the biological considerations for project planning and NEPA development to benefit wildlife. And embracing partnerships allows us all to withstand difficulties and create a more durable product overall. The overall goal is to leverage each other's strengths while minimizing weaknesses to achieve greater results, both in terms of quantity and quality. A lot of this funding has already been touched on, so I'll try to go through a lot of it pretty quickly. We do receive quite a bit in federal funding for our restoration program, and this is all matched. This matches state funds 3-to-1. We have over $14 million through our assistance agreements with our federal partners. Donations from NGO partners are essential for restoration work statewide and allow us more flexibility with our spending. The Dream Tag Charitable Fund awards money for restoration projects each year. There's a newly created Nevada Gold Mines Wildlife Endowment Fund that will grow to at least $5 million over the next 2.5 years with Nevada Gold Mine contributions. We also have mitigation funds available for projects such as the Ruby Pipeline, Spring Valley Wind, Ormat McGinnis Hills, and Ormat Tuscarora, among many others. And as mentioned, we also have internal funding pots like heritage and special reserve accounts, and the ability to apply for additional external grant funding. Some of our existing project types for improving habitat across the state include the use of herbicide to eliminate invasive annual grasses and weeds to provide release from competition for the desired perennials, seeding and seedling planting to reestablish desired vegetation either post-fire or in heavily degraded habitat, pinning and juniper removal in areas where PJ has encroached on sagebrush habitat, modifying and removing existing fencing and migration corridors, and the construction of fencing to protect spring and riparian resources, water developments in strategic areas to provide water for wildlife, beaver dam analogs, or BDAs, as I'll mention a couple more times, and post-assisted log structures to restore stream function, increasing riparian and aquatic habitat, stream bank restoration and stabilization by seeding and planting plugs, pond construction and rehabilitation for aquatic habitat, fish habitat structures to provide cover and increase fish habitat in reservoirs and lakes, and finally land acquisitions and easements to conserve important wildlife habitat and increase access for hunters and anglers. So I know this looks like a lot. I wanted to talk a little bit about what all goes into a project approach, because there's a lot that kind of happens behind the scenes, and it's where we spend a lot of our time. But each project is a little different and has its own intricacies, but this example of the approach and process for a fire rehab project will generally touch on everything that goes into most projects. So once a fire burns through and we know the affected area, we'll consult with the resource experts and start with a desktop assessment to look at wildlife values, site characteristics, and resistance and resilience, past fire and disturbance history and how that might affect the restoration outcomes, known cheatgrass infestations in the burned area and surrounding it, aerial imagery of the burn severity to kind of hone in on those areas that are more severely burned where we might need to focus our efforts, and what the terrain and accessibility looks like. This desktop assessment helps guide our field assessment and is especially important when dealing with larger fires that are more difficult to get a full assessment of from the ground. Next, we'll do a field assessment to validate our desktop analysis and be able to see on the ground what the natural recovery looks like and where we might need to focus more of our intervention. Being able to tour the site also allows us to look at the unburned areas surrounding the burned areas, so we can see what the habitat might have actually looked like before burning, including the potential threat of cheatgrass. But one of the most important parts of the field assessment is being able to assess the feasibility of different treatment types, so we're not planning unrealistic treatments and wasting time and money. Based on these assessments, we can develop our plan of action or recommendations to our partners, which can include priority wildlife areas and habitat types to focus on, herbicide and seed recommendations to have the greatest success for wildlife needs. And most importantly is the use of the best methods at the right time, which is where partnerships really become key to overcome our personnel, funding, and contracting restraints. Depending on the year, we might need to prioritize our efforts. We may only be able to center our efforts where high wildlife values intersect with situations where treatment success might be higher, and areas where NEPA is already completed on public land. And then also whether we're focusing on active or passive management, or whether the project might need subsequent treatments could also impact where we work each year. The implementation of a project includes a lot of preparation on the front end, making sure we have all the seed and chemical and other supplies that we might need to complete a project on time. And implementing also requires a lot of communication and coordination with our partners and contractors. But that's also how we develop such good relationships with everyone, because we spend a lot of time on the phone together. If we're not doing the project in-house, we also spend a lot of time inspecting during implementation to make sure the work is getting done correctly. And then finally, once implementation is complete, we can monitor in subsequent years to assess our success through vegetation, photo point monitoring, and report writing. This table shows the total acreages that we've treated for fire rehab and restoration, including aerial seeding, drill seeding, herbicide application, and then those are all acreage numbers, and then the seedling planting is the total number of seedlings that were planted, not acreages. And this is since 2017. On average, we treat over 95,000 acres per year, spending over $2 million annually. And as you can see, the treatments vary year to year depending on the fire year, but in years with lower fire burning, like this year, we're able to focus more on past burns that may need help. This table shows the total acreages of PJ removal treatments across the state since 2017. On average, NDOW treats around 7,400 acres statewide each year, including both manual or chainsaw hand removal crews and mechanical or mastication and chaining removal, spending almost $700,000 annually. Again, acreages can be pretty variable year to year, largely based on NEPA completion on federal land, but we do consistently remove PJ on private land as well. This final table shows our spring and riparian treatments each year, including acres protected by fencing and riparian areas, and then also linear feet of fence and BDAs installed statewide. On average, we protect around 316 acres of spring and riparian habitat each year and install over 29,000 linear feet of fencing and BDAs. This results in us spending over $335,000 a year. These averages don't include those gaps in 2020 due to COVID setting things back. And again, a lot of these projects are NEPA dependent and can vary year to year, though most BDAs installed are on private land. So next, I'm going to go over some partnership success stories. First is the 2018 Martin Fire. And this is a perfect example of NDOW working with partners to leverage resources to make sure that the work gets done. This fire burned over 430,000 acres in just 5 days across the Humboldt-Elko County line, stretching from Paradise Valley across the Oahe Desert almost into the Bull Run Mountains. Within the burned area is important sage grouse, mule deer, and pronghorn antelope habitat, among many other species. NDOW habitat biologists from both our western and eastern regions worked with Elko and Winnemucca BLM districts to implement fire rehab treatments, some of which needed to get done during the month-long government shutdown at the end of 2018. And treatments implemented include pre-emergent herbicide application, drill seeding, aerial seeding, and sagebrush seedling planting. The government shutdown from December 2018 to January 2019 coincided with the window of seed availability and aerial seed application, and the BLM districts were unable to carry out any of the planned treatments during that period. However, thanks to our existing partnerships between NDOW and the BLM and support from other partners like our NGOs, NDOW was able to step in and contract all the aerial seeding with seed that was purchased by both NDOW and BLM. Even with these concerted efforts to rehab as much as possible the year of the fire, this fire burned such a large expanse of land that treatments occurred in a phase approach from 2018 through the fall of 2020, with acreages treated each year listed here on the right. I won't try to read them all. You can see in the map in the top left just how much area this burn covered, and it's harder to see than I thought it would be, but the polygons inside the fire represent all the treatments that have occurred to date. So we've covered quite a bit of the area that was burned. Overall, nearly 130,000 acres were aerial seeded, 19,300 were drill seeded, and 32,300 acres were treated with pre-emergent herbicide. This photo from the summer of 2019, taken the summer after the fire, shows the treatment line of one of the pre-emergent herbicide treatments on the Winnemucca district side of the fire. This is an important sage grouse habitat. The left side of the white line was treated with pre-emergent herbicide imazapic, and the right side of the white line was not treated, which you can tell by the yellow tint of cheatgrass, which is not present in the treated area. The abatement of cheatgrass during this critical period of regrowth following fire allows the desired perennial vegetation to reestablish without the additional competition from the invasive annuals, and can mean the difference between functioning and deficient habitat for wildlife. These photos are from the Oahe Desert on the Elko district portion of the fire. This area of the Oahe Desert was a decadent Wyoming sagebrush stand with a very sparse understory that hadn't burned in decades prior to the Martin fire. This left a very meager seed bank in the soil and required some pretty aggressive management to get perennials reestablished. As you can see in these pictures from June 2019, because of the susceptibility to wind erosion and drought conditions following the fire, this area did not recover well after the first round of aerial seeding in fall of 2018, and it literally looked and felt like the moon. These pictures, we've officially dubbed this area the Gobi Desert after getting stuck in a sandstorm on the site visit. And this helps illustrate the type 2 fun aspect of a lot of our habitat restoration work. Due to the importance for wildlife and the alarming rate of topsoil erosion in this area, Elko BLM reseeded in fall of 2020 with a drill seed mix of native and non-native grasses and forbs. These pictures from June 2021, almost exactly 2 years after that first set of photos, shows some establishment of the seeded species like rice grass on the left and Russian wild rye on the right. But you can still see evidence of substantial wind erosion between the plants, indicating that the site still had not stabilized 3 years after the fire. However, another 2 years later and a record winter later, and the drill seeded species have reestablished and taken back this site. This example shows the value of persistence and restoration and how much luck is involved, regardless of how much we try to do right. Another exciting success on the Martin fire are the aerial sagebrush strips that were flown on in the winter of 2018 into 2019 during that government shutdown. Some pretty flat country out there, so it's a little hard to get a vantage point, but I tried to draw some lines on there to make it a little more obvious. Because of the huge expanse of country needing sagebrush, it was decided jointly by BLM and NDOW to seed every third swath across a huge acreage. to try to be able to cover a larger expanse with the hope that these seeded swaths can act as seed sources for the inner spaces to eventually fill in. Spring and riparian enhancement and protection are almost entirely dependent on our partnerships. Biologists at NDOW work with federal and private partners to identify priority areas for wildlife. And if the area is on public land, our federal partners then complete the required NEPA before we can begin implementation. Most of these riparian enhancement projects are cost shared between partners, with materials, labor, and contracting strategically split. With our helicopters and pilots, NDOW can sling in materials to these remote systems in-house, saving thousands on what would otherwise be contracted. We also construct BDAs in-house mostly, and also mostly on private ground, and have constructed many a fence in-house, often with help from volunteers. This is an example of a spring protection project in Washoe County. Our Western Region Game and Habitat biologists work with the Eagle Lake BLM field office to prioritize springs for protection. And Porcupine Spring here was identified based on its location and important habitat for mule deer, sage grouse, pronghorn, and other species, and because it experienced heavy grazing from cattle and wild horses. In this coordinated effort, BLM contracted the build and purchased the materials using both their own funding and NDOW agreement money. And NDOW used our helicopter and staff to sling in materials for this project, along with 12 other sites in the same effort. As we all know, in Nevada, freshwater springs provide the only source of water across large landscapes sometimes, and support a diverse array of wildlife and plant species. 95% of the species endemic to Nevada are spring habitat obligates, meaning that they cannot survive without these functioning spring ecosystems. These spring protection projects are essential to the conservation of these water sources. And as you can see, prior to fencing, this Porcupine Spring had minimal vegetation around the water and the beginning of soil loss from constant trampling. And in this degraded state, this riparian area was unable to support the diversity of species that relies upon it. A lot of times these systems can even completely stop expressing water if they become degraded enough. This fence was constructed in February 2018 out of Liberty Pipe and was designed in a way which still allow for cattle and horses to access the water flowing outside of the fenced area while keeping them off the spring source. And even though it says 2015 under the picture on the left, this is an accurate representation of what the site looked like at the time of fencing in 2018. The picture on the right shows the vegetation recovery after just 8 months of the fence being constructed, with nothing done except for building a fence. This picture was taken another 8 months later, so 16 months total after the construction of the fence, and shows exactly how much potential these systems have and how quickly they can bounce back. The Pole Canyon Conservation Easement in the East Humboldts was completed this last December after much effort by the Eastern Region Habitat team working with the landowner and various other partners. You'll hear more about this tomorrow, so I'll probably glance over some of this a little bit, but this easement protects over 12,000 acres of important habitat for various species, with the agreement to restrict domestic sheep and goat grazing to prevent disease transfer. A 4,700 acre access easement was also included, and that's in addition to the 12,000 acres that were protected in the conservation easement. This access easement is shown in pink on the map to the left, and it allows walk-in and pack-in animal access onto the property and through it to the Forest Service land to the north. This project absolutely could not have happened without all of the partners involved, including the EcoTrust Forest Management, that's the landowner, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Nevada Division of State Lands, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, Reno NBU, Elko NBU, Fallon NBU, and Midas NBU, as well as the Cabela's Outdoor Fund. The photo on the bottom right shows the newly constructed fence at the entrance of the access easement, allowing for walk-in and pack animal access while preventing motorized access. The picture above it is from just a couple weeks ago when a bunch of NDOW biologists and seasonals hiked along the access easement boundary to install signage as part of the agreement with the landowner. And those signs are shown on the left. And you can see from these pictures, this truly was a huge win for Nevada's wildlife. The last example I'll be talking about is the Spruce Mountain Pinyon Juniper removal in Elko County. Eastern Region NDOW Game and Habitat biologists partnered with the Elko BLM Field Shop to prioritize areas for PJ removal an important winter range for the Area 10 deer herd and also in sage grouse habitat. After Elko BLM completed the NEPA clearance, the contracting of the different phases was shared between BLM and NDOW from 2013 to 2020. Overall, 9,750 acres of PJ were removed, including acres that were done with smooth chaining, mastication, and hand thinning. Some of these projects were aerial seeded before implementation to try to help the more depleted understories reestablish. The most recent mastication from 2020 was also planted with sagebrush seedlings that were grown out by the Wells High School FFA program. These photos show the progression of one area that was masticated in 2016 with the pre-treatment photo on the far left, the immediately post-treatment photo in the middle, and a photo from earlier this week showing sagebrush recovery 7 years after treatment. Notice in the foreground of the photo on the left that the sagebrush community and the understory of the PJ was getting completely outcompeted by the trees, leaving few resources for the wildlife that depend on that sagebrush community. Zooming in a little bit more, you can see in the middle picture of the immediate post-treatment picture that the masticated tree material is the yellow, and it really highlights how much interspace area there was in between the existing sagebrush and the understory. And the photo on the right showing the current conditions still has some of that yellow from the masticated material, but you can really see the infill of the sagebrush and other seeded species into those interspaces. This is exactly what we want to see from these types of treatments, the recovery of the sagebrush community so that so many of our wildlife rely upon, with some strategically placed PJ islands that were left untreated to provide cover and create a habitat mosaic across the landscape. These photos illustrate the sagebrush seedling planting that was done in partnership with the Wells High School FFA program and Elko BLM, who contracted this mastication treatment in 2020. And then the high school grew out 9,400 Wyoming sagebrush seedlings in their greenhouse as part of their curriculum during 2020. In March of 2021, biologists from all divisions at the Elko NDOW office, as well as specialists from the BLM, spent a week planting these seedlings during a couple blizzards into the masticated material from the PJ treatment to expedite the recovery of sagebrush in the area. Not only do these pictures illustrate my supervisor's superior dance moves, but they also show some more fantastic response of the seeded species in concert with the mastication project. You can really see the Indian rice grass, which is the yellow that's really popping in the picture, but also seeded was black sage, Wyoming sage, bitterbrush, and a few forbs, and they were all present on the site. The Spruce Mountain Project is a perfect example of partnerships allowing for the best possible product, and it makes us all want to do the restoration happy dance, like Caleb. In summary, partnerships are essential for restoring wildlife habitat in our current wildfire and invasives landscape because we're able to get the best product from leveraging each other's resources. NDOW absolutely would not have the accomplishments that we do without our partners, especially with the challenging nature of habitat work. Finally, I just want to acknowledge the NDOW Habitat team, some of which are shown in this picture here, because I'm super proud to be a part of this team. And I also want to mention that all the projects that I talked about, I was not involved with directly. So I give them a lot of credit for all the great work that they've done. That's it. If anyone has any questions, I can answer.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate that. Any questions? Comments from the commission?
All right.
Brittany, that was a lot of material.
Yes.
But it was great. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Director Janae.
Yeah, I just wanted to sum up. I wanted to kind of give a lead in, but fell behind. But yeah, literally, I watch that. It makes me want to pound my chest and yell, hell yeah. But I really gotta give it to the Eastern region. I mean, just to the Habitat team, the Eastern region Habitat team, as you remember, got called out, got the Governor Lombardo's Get Shit Done Award. And I think you can understand by that presentation right there, why that was merited. But again, it's everything. And now, you know, the Habitat team does that, but there's everybody at NDOW is pitching in and helping out on this. This is game division. This is diversity. This is every division is helping out. But it's a great example of what we can do. You know, I take great pride in the numbers that are up there. But, you know, there's so much more to be done. And I continue to look for opportunities where we're working with partners to try to find short-term capacity with like Pheasants Forever to bring on positions to actually try to get other hands in the game to try to get work done, because as an agency, we can't afford and we can't get positions. And so we got to look at other novel ways to get the work done. And so we continue to do that, but we take great pride in what we do. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate Brittany giving that presentation.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Moving on to our next agenda item. This agenda item is AB 70, the $3 predator fee. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kim Munoz. The department will present the strategy for implementing the change in the agency management system to allow tag applicants to choose where they want the $3 fee applied, wildlife management or lethal removal of predators. Again, this is informational. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technologies Division Administrator. Just going to give you a quick update on what we've been doing on AB 70. So we took three things into consideration when this was passed. The first one was time, and that we wanted to get this implemented by January when we start taking our spring turkey applications. And in the world of development, between now, August, and getting something in production for January is not a lot of time. So the second thing that we wanted to take into consideration was budget. This was an unfunded mandate from the legislature, so we didn't want to make anything overly complicated that would incur the department a lot of costs. The third thing that we wanted to take into consideration was the user experience. As Zach Lambert had presented to you earlier this afternoon, 51% of all of our applications are done on a mobile device. So mobile devices have limited real estate on them. So we want to make sure that the solution that we present to the customer and the applicant is done within something that is that they can see on their phone without having the difficulty of scrolling. And so with that, we want to keep it under 140 characters. That would be the optimum for this particular choice. So what we have come up with, we do have a solution that we believe we can hit in the time frame that is not overly complicated, that will not incur the department any extra fees to get this into development, that will display nicely for our mobile users. So we will be following the language that was set out in that bill. It will ask the applicant pursuant to AB 70 from 2023, where would you like your fee to be placed? And there will be two options for them. We don't know at this point if they will be like a toggle or what Gordon Darby will come up with, if it'll just be like a little button that they check or what. But the first one will say lethal removal of predatory wildlife or annual program for wildlife habitat and research. So that's kind of where we've landed with our working with Gordon Darby to come up with how we will implement this for January spring turkey applications. And with that, I will take any questions that you might have.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Questions as it relates to Commissioner Wise?
Could you just repeat how you're outlining the two options?
Do you want just the two options or do you want the whole 140 characters?
Oh.
So we're trying to get all of that to be within 140 characters.
Right. Yeah. What is?
Right. The two options are, the first one will be lethal removal of predatory wildlife. Okay. The second option will be annual program for wildlife habitat and research.
For wildlife habitat research. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? One question that I did have real quick is, so it is slated for January to start implementing?
Yeah, we've scoped it out with them. We've had 3 or 4 meetings with them going over all of the requirements for this. They do believe with what we've scoped, because it isn't going to be overly complicated, that they can hit it for our spring turkey applications in January.
Yeah. Good. Director Janae?
Yeah, so just to add a little bit more, I know the commission's been tied into some emails and some communications regarding what, the narrative will be on each of these choices. And due to the constraints within the program, the 140 character limitation, but also as the department, we don't want to get into interpreting what that bill said. So we are being very succinct in what that is going to be represented within the system. And as we go to roll this out, as you're familiar, most of our application books have what's new, and we can kind of explain a little bit more what this is. So that's what we're kind of planning on right now. But as you can imagine, we have received feedback from kind of both sides of this discussion, each wanting different variations of narration on and justification on each of those choices. And luckily, the 140 character limitation forces us to the point where it's got to be very succinct. So that's a bit of the background there.
All right. Anything else from the commission? All right. Thank you, Ms. Munoz. All right. Moving on today's agenda. Public comment period. So public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment here? We're quiet this afternoon. All right. Anything, and one online. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Summers, Clark County, Nevada. I have at area 7 tags around the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch, and I did not find the ranch to be overly access friendly to the sportsmen. So Stan Cranky will not find me to be a friend at this time. I hope that Stan Cranky and the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch are bringing to this project very significant campaign donations to our U.S. congressmen and women. Stan Cranky's lobbyists, the Western Lands Group, better be generously distributing Cranky's payoffs. You are going to need to buy the support of Congress. If Nevada's 2 senators and my U.S. representative in the House decide to support this project, they should know that I will be voting for their next opponent in both the primary and general elections. To Stan Cranky, your exchange proposal exists because of the federal district court decision in Wyoming clearing up the corner crossing issue. The 10th Circuit will likely very soon affirm that corner crossing is not trespassing, and this rightfully scares Stan Cranky and the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch. Please don't continue to pretend that this exchange was planned prior to the corner crossing court decision. Mr. Cranky, despite your denials, these first maps and numbers finally unveiled today are indeed your opening proposal to the public. Your 3-to-1 acreage ratio exchange proposal in the negative for the public is an outrageous and condescending opening offer. Nobody placed a for sale sign on those public lands, and I hope you'll be around long enough to regret the significant money you have wasted in hiring your lobbyist, the Western Land Group. The easements and restrictions and other tools you have discussed are nowhere near sufficient to offset your offensive 3-to-1 acreage trade offer. We enjoy our land and animals in all their habitat, not just the water holes that you are proposing the public keeps. An MOU with NDOW that purports to allow public access in perpetuity to the land you swindled is not a long-term strategy that my grandchildren can depend on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Seeing none, couple of things before we wrap up. One, as you've seen from the agenda item, there is a county advisory board to manage wildlife workshop. Following the meeting today, there'll be a workshop to review open meeting law, commission attendance, action reports, budgetary questions, and any other CAB matters for those CAB members here wishing to stay for that. And the last item that I had that I meant to touch on it before we got going this morning, and that is I'd be a little bit remiss if I didn't mention Commissioner Paula Young, our newest member of the commission, and wanted to welcome him and appreciate his willingness to serve on the commission, and looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to working with everyone, the department, all the stakeholders, NGOs, and everyone that's moving Nevada's wildlife and habitat forward. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think that is it. Director Janae. Yep.
Yeah, just one thing for tomorrow morning. Just please note, there is a field trip that'll kick off tomorrow morning. We will come here, gavel in. We'll go through a couple items, public comment, approval agenda, and then we will have a project update that's related to the field trip. And then we will leave here hopefully somewhere around 9:30. But there will be a hard start in case folks do not want to attend that field trip. There will be a hard start gaveling back in at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So if for any reason folks cannot attend the field trip, the rest of the meeting agenda will take off at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, perfect. And with that said, that concludes today's meeting. So we will stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thank you.